Summoned in another world's dungeon with my class. Survive as a shaman that couldn't become a hero. Volume 4. By Hishi Koge Diary. Translated by Foxaholic. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Arc 8. Might of the King. Chapter 89. Tendao Ryuichi 1. Fuck. How's it even end up like this? Tendao Ryuichi muttered as he woke up lying sprawled on top of a stone platform. The first thing he saw was the grey ceiling, and then the grey walls on all sides. He was quickly convinced that this sort of, what he assumed was a storeroom fully built with solid stone, wasn't the sort of thing he'd see in modern Japan. Real bad day. For everyone, I guess. Every student of Class 27 of Shiromine Academy had been suddenly transported to another world, a place not anywhere on Earth. Or so the story goes. A mysterious voice had started explaining things over the class intercom. Magic was apparently real, and in the end, the classroom itself broke apart, culminating in Ryuichi finally waking up in this stone room. Realistically, he'd never believe something so absurd. He'd confirm with his own 2 eyes just how real this whole summoning was. But strangely, Ryuichi didn't feel the need to. He'd usually wave off something like this without a second thought, but he was somehow already convinced that this world and everything entailing it was all real. It was as if he was instinctively aware of the existence of this world that was different from his own. Ryuichi sat up on his platform, lit a cigarette with practiced movements, took in a long puff of the thing, and while looking at the now much shorter stick, he came to a daunting realization. Oh, fuck me. What if this world doesn't have any? Arg, damn it Ryoko, did ya have to take a whole pack? He was beginning to regret letting that nagging class rep take a brand new, unopened pack from him. Which sucked, because the one he was on was the one, and only one he had kept hidden on him just in case. Yeah, let's just go. Not one to dwell on meaningless thoughts, Ryuichi finished off his cigarette, which calmed him down. Not that he was agitated to begin with. Well, anyway, he figured he should get moving. But first, let's get that over with. Ryuichi opened his notebook to the page with the magic circle and, as he thought, it really was weird. He felt really lame having to rely on something like magic. But he had no choice really. Magic certainly existed in this world, and currently, as they'd been informed, he was inside a dungeon with dangerous monsters at every other corner. Ryuichi wasn't one to deny that he had a good punching hand, but he was still only human. Even he'd hesitate on going up against wild animals barehanded and alone. So, despite feeling lame about it, he opted to receive whatever magic power the gods or what have you were supposed to give him. Oh gods above! Ryuichi began chanting in a very annoyed monotone. This sort of thing didn't suit him one bit. Putting his hand on the badly drawn magic circle and asking gods for help with a cringeworthy incantation like an occult nerd not only made him feel like a complete idiot, but also felt like an act of poetic irony where a well-established delinquent has to subject himself to this sort of shame. In other words, Ryuichi didn't like this, not one bit. For we shall adhere to thine decree. He finished. It didn't take as long as he thought, of that he was glad. So there he was, having performed the ritual just as instructed. Oi, the fuck, nothing's happened. Indeed, he seemed to see no change. He'd expected something akin to the glowing letters he saw on the classroom blackboard, but he was seeing nothing of the sort. TSK, he clicked his tongue, so much for magic. I feel like an idiot now. Gr. Suddenly, a searing pain ran through Ryuichi's whole body. This pain, this unforgiving, unbearable, unrelenting pain was so much worse than anything he had ever experienced. It was worse than being punched and kicked by a dozen other delinquents. It was worse than being stabbed in the stomach by one of them. It was worse than being thrown off his bike into the rough pavement. It was worse than any of that. Ryuichi wasn't a pansy. He got back up on every one of those occasions, but this current, crippling pain he was under easily dropped him to the ground. Grah! He screamed. He felt his heart lurch in a single, loud beat. Pain, pain everywhere. Pain as if the liquid blood in his body had multiplied, and then multiplied again. Pain as if blood would start jetting out from every pore on his body. Ghr, oof, ah. He groaned like he was about to die. Ryuichi desperately held down his chest, at the place where his heart was furiously hammering away. He writhed in pain, But one thing he didn't do was give up. He refused to die from this. This was pain on the level he'd never even imagined possible. It was pain enough to kill him if he let it. But he wouldn't. Because he realized that this pain wasn't being caused by sickness or poison. It was power. Tremendous forces were surging out from within him, his body being too small a vessel to hold it all. But in spite of that, the torrential surge of power only kept pouring out, only kept saturating inside his body. Off. This is nothing. Ryuichi had underestimated just what this magic was. He had thought it would be like in fairy tales, chant a spell and voila, shout an attack move and bam. He had imagined it as easy, inconsequential. This power. If this was the power, the true power of magic in this world, then it was no subject of a bedtime story. There was no hope, no dreams. Only, purely, violence. Gah. His body exploded. Or at least, that's what he felt as the ravaging pain reached its apex. And it was at that very moment that Ryuichi saw, no, he clearly felt this image, this information, get seared into his mind. Succession candidate, Tendao Ryuichi. Calling, King. Innate skill number 1, Law of the Jungle. Innate skill number 2, Candidacy skills. Right of Rule. Royal Sword. Treasury. Ryuichi couldn't tell how long he stayed passed out after that, but at the time he awoke next, he felt extremely groggy while searching through his pockets for a cigarette, only to click his tongue in frustration as he remembered that he'd finished the last one. Then, he also remembered the other thing that happened before he lost consciousness. Haha, so this place is like a TV game. A particular sort of information had been engraved into his head. Terms like calling, innate skill, candidacy skill and other such jargon. The only connection Ryuichi could find with such words was video games. Haven't done that since I was a kid. He reminisced back to his elementary school days, back when he was still a normal kid, before all the fights and mischief. He used to honestly enjoy playing on a home game console with his friend Yuto. For Ryuichi, those memories seemed like something far in the past, but it was those very same experiences that was helping him make sense of his situation. Yeah, let's just go. And so, Tendao Ryuichi, possessing the calling of king, took his first step into the dungeon. Ryuichi had his first monster encounter in this world after approximately 5 minutes of walking along stone passages. This monster walked out from a corner up ahead. Oi, this is just ridiculous. Not because they looked particularly strong, but familiar. Ryuichi had seen this sort of creature not only in his childhood video games, but also at the corner of his middle school science room. What appeared was a skeleton, a full set of human bones by the look of it, moving all on its own. What did they call you again? Skeletons? He asked, not really expecting an answer. The skeleton did however answer by running toward him while making rattling sounds. It raised its wooden clubs over its head in order to attack. He sniggered, you wanna fight, I'll give you a fight. Aura. Ryuichi easily closed in on the skeleton before it could even think to swing down its weapon. He figured these wooden clubs were no different from the metal bats often used by the delinquents of Black High, so he was used to dealing with them. The difference was that, while those ruffians had skin and meat on their bodies, the enemy in front of him had quite literally none. Ryuichi instantly changed his mindset to recognize that what he was fighting was veritably a monster, an enemy of strength unknown to him. And so, he would go with his full power just in case. It had been a long time since Ryuichi had to go all out on a punch, and it had been longer since he used his old partner from middle school, the brass knuckles. Which isn't to say his fighting senses had dulled, because his movements were as adept as ever. In no time, he shoved, equipped and drew the knucks from his pocket. And now, possessing a weapon to multiply his damage output, Ryuichi socked the skeleton square on the jaw. Whoa! He exclaimed, having almost effortlessly knocked the bony creature's head off its shoulders. Wasn't that too easy, oi? He had honestly not expected the monster to be so brittle. Not only was it unable to evade, but it had the lower half of its skull, from the jaw to the nose, completely fall apart as the head flew off and hit a faraway wall. And as that happened, the remainder of its body also stopped functioning. Its skull-less skeleton dropped to the ground as if all of its stamina points had been drained to zero. So weak. No, maybe it's supposed to be like that. Everything else was like a game, so why not the enemies too? It could be that this dungeon assumes that everyone starts at level 1 and provides the monsters accordingly. Though it could just be a coincidence that he encountered the weakest of monsters as his first. Ryuichi didn't really care or want to think about it too deeply. I'll just take this. He figured having won was better than not, and picked up the club dropped by his first kill. And the moment he did, Royal Sword, create a sword fit for a king. The skill name reacted intensely, as if demanding he use it. Yeah, but is this trashy club supposed to be my royal sword now? Whoa. Golden light enveloped the dirty old club in Ryuichi's grasp. It was an intense light, but Ryuichi was able to see that the dead skeleton on the ground was similarly shining golden. Setting target constituents. Wooden club. Skeleton bones. Commencing synthesis. Royal sword. Finalized. A few lines ran past Ryuichi's mental eye before the golden light vanished. He then noticed that in his hand now was the synthesized royal sword. This thing was no longer the crude and chipped wooden club it used to be, but had transformed into a thick, spiky pole. It's a damn nail bat all right, not even close to a sword, Ryuichi couldn't help but mentally retort. The shape, the length, the splintered bone shards sticking out all over, it looked just like the infamous weapon of choice of Nailbat Masa, one of Black High's Elite Four. That mid-boss level delinquent would paint his bat white to make it have the semblance of bone. Ryuichi had cringed hard the first time he had the displeasure of witnessing it, and now, well, his own was made of actual skeleton bone fused around a wooden club, but that didn't make him feel any better about it. Fine, whatever. He'd make use of it. It was better than the crude club at least, and its new shape was more balanced too. Ryuichi continued on his way within the stone passages, now with a weapon. Getting a bit tired of these, Ryuichi muttered while finishing off yet another batch of skeletons. Those seemed to be the only type of monster on his encountering roster. The skeletons carried weapons of course, a club here, a spear there, but their movement and dexterity was laughable, and even facing a number of them simultaneously became repetitious work for Ryuichi. Give me, he swung wide, a break already, destroying his umpteenth skeleton, with a yell of frustration. His royal sword skill seemed to do something occasionally after the frequent skeleton bashings. It would cause the defeated skeleton bodies to glow and sucked them into itself. It didn't grow or change shape but was likely repairing itself. Ryuichi wasn't exactly going easy on the weapon, and repeated swings naturally caused cracks to form and bone shards to break off. But once the skill did its thing, the weapon would return to its original, pristine state. And another thing. I've been walking for damn long enough already, but I'm not getting any tired. Rather than his oddly convenient sword, Ryuichi was more concerned about the bizarre changes in his body. He had been walking for quite some time, dispatching every skeleton as they appeared. Ryuichi was no stranger to a little exercise, but walking and even fighting for so long without the smallest sign of weariness just felt off to him. Who knows, maybe I'm leveling up. If we went by game logic again, the possibility wasn't out of the question. Perhaps, the more enemies he defeated, the more his maximum stamina would increase. It could be any number of game mechanics. Or, it could be that mana stuff. Ryuichi knew the basics from the messages popping up on his notebook. It explained some things, but nothing substantive on the changes happening to his body. No use worrying about that either. Ryuichi sighed. Gotta get myself to the end of this dungeon anyway. This trek continued for half a day before he found his first fairy square, which is where he discovered the use of his third candidacy skill. Treasury, storage fit for a king. And the first royal item that found its way to the treasury was a fairy walnut. Not a 4D pocket at all. Ryuichi mused cynically, and he would be correct, as it wasn't a pocket, but a magic circle. This shining, golden circle could appear on his palm with a thought, and took in any physical object to store inside who knows where. Ryuichi could feel that the object was inside, and he could freely withdraw it as well. As for how much he could store in there, while it wasn't infinite like a true 4D pocket, It was certainly much more spacious than any volume a person could comfortably carry. Should have loaded up on all those extra bones and weapons when I had the chance. Just about every skeleton held some sort of weapon. Some even had swords, actual bladed ones. The problem was that these swords were always covered in rust, so Ryuichi wasn't so keen on using them. There was also the fact that swords or spears didn't seem like they'd be as effective on skeletons as a blunt weapon. And since he hadn't known about the uses of his treasury skill, Ryuichi had refrained from picking up any extra baggage. Plus, I've gotten nothing but the bony fucks this whole time. I can get more. He might pick up something good along the way, Ryuichi convinced himself. He ate a tasteless dinner of walnut and water, and went on his way. He never did find a drop weapon he really wanted to have. Is this thing getting bigger? Having obliterated countless skeletons, the royal sword had gradually gotten larger before he noticed. While it was initially the size of a baseball bat, something a person could comfortably swing, the spiky club had now surpassed a meter in length and its girth had essentially doubled. The bigger the weapon, the more strength you'd need to wield it. With a club too big, he risked missing his mark, or worse, letting the skeletons get a hit on him. However, Ryuichi felt that the increased size was perfect for him. This made him realize that it was not only his stamina being affected by the continuous fighting, but even his muscle strength. So I'm leveling up, and getting my weapon upgraded. Now's about the time a boss battle happens, Ryuichi said, coming across a set of large double doors on an entrance quite unlike the rest of the place. No surprise there, even the boss is a skeleton. Inside the room behind the double doors, a large circular chamber the size of a baseball stadium mound, stood its sole occupant at the very center, the 3-meter giant, the skeleton boss. This'll be fun. Ryuichi had been getting increasingly bored with all those skeletons after all. The skeleton boss, nimble as it was large, turned to face the new intruder boldly entering its lair. It drew out the gigantic blade stuck in the ground next to it and was ready for battle. Get some, the skeleton boss responded to Ryuichi's taunt by closing in with swift steps, swinging its huge cruciform sword just as fast, likely faster than an ordinary human could see. Not to mention its length gave the undead wielder a tremendous advantage in reach. Whoa, fast fucker ain't cha-cha, Ryuichi commented as he backstepped away from the massive blade coming from overhead. The heavy impact caused the floor to crack and raised up stone dust. Ryuichi was finally getting into the mood as the draft caused by the swing raised his blonde dyed hair. But you're nowhere near as good as Yuto. He's at least got technique. Ryuichi mocked as he jumped all the way up to the giant's chest. And he swung his supersized nail bat with all his might. Aura, it struck. His full power swing made a clean hit on one of the skeleton boss kneecaps. It produced a dull sound like a hammer hitting a wall, creating cracks but not breaking the joint. Can't one-shot this one. He figured that breaking its legs would give him a clear speed advantage. But although he couldn't bust that kneecap, Ryuichi had succeeded in making the skeleton boss movements much slower. It probably didn't feel pain, but the damage had been substantial enough to hamper normal movement. I've practically won already, but I shouldn't take it easy against a boss. Yeah, better just finish it off. From there, it was simply a matter of time before Ryuichi bashed enough times to completely destroy the monster. He first finished the job on the already fractured knee. Having now lost a leg, the boss lost balance and toppled over, letting Ryuichi concentrate his efforts on its skull, the most likely weak point, and its right hand that held the sword, its only weapon. During that time, the skeleton boss had managed to swing, or rather, meaninglessly flail its sword, a total of 2 times as the blade didn't even graze Ryuichi, what with his superhuman stamina and reaction speed. He continued bashing his targeted locations. Oh, got the hand first, now. The fingers on its bony right hand were broken to the point that the skeleton boss couldn't maintain its hold on its weapon. And before the giant could reach out with its remaining left hand, Ryuichi picked up the dropped weapon with both arms. This sword was sized to match its 3-meter-tall wielder, and would clearly not be easy for a human to use with any measure of accuracy. Swinging it down on an immobile, defenseless enemy flailing on the ground, however, was another matter entirely. Time to die. Ryuichi brought the hulking sword down on the skeleton boss neck, the latter of whom, having no way to defend against an impact of such caliber, easily lost its head, bringing the battle to a close. I'm supposed to step inside there. The notebook mail service had already informed him about boss rooms containing transfer circles and also on how to use them. Still, Ryuichi wasn't very keen on walking into the magic glowy thing on the floor without a second thought. He had already collected the boss core, of course. It was inside the skull. Let's try something first. The magic circle at the center of the room was ready and waiting, but Ryuichi had some unfinished business, particularly with the boss and its biggest sword. Might just get a real sword out of this one. And he was right, as his skill did exactly that. Setting target constituents. Large skeleton bones. Great sword. Commencing synthesis. Royal sword. Finalized. The golden light vanished, leaving Ryuichi with a new greatsword in hand. Not bad at all. The weapon had a rustic design, appearing as if a blade had grown out of the bony grip. It wasn't pretty, it had no art, it was a very rough sword. But it was a sword custom made for Ryuichi's use. Both its size and weight felt just right. And let's not forget that this weapon had an actual blade which would greatly boost Ryuichi's destructive potential. With this great sword, Ryuichi felt that he could cut a similar large skeleton in half on the first swing. Satisfied, Ryuichi was about to turn away from the remaining bones which were missing some bits here and there, and that's when he realized something. Law of the jungle, feast. Reach the greatest heights by consuming the flesh of beaten foes. No, that's just. Ryuichi brought down his eyebrows and tightly shut his eyes in contemplation. It was an act he'd done not once in any of his fights so far, the act of worrying. Worrying should he really test out his innate skill. Coming to a decision, Ryuichi took a small, finger-length piece of bone and bit down on it, like it was no different from having a smoke. Skill predation. Bone crusher. Increased attack power toward bones. New bone, improved mending of bones. Chapter 90, Tendao Ryuichi, 2. This is different. After arriving at a fairy square upon his magical transfer following the skeleton boss fight, Ryuichi went outside to find not stone passages that spawned skeletons like the previous area, but a zone full of green. It wasn't exactly a real jungle, as the floors and walls were still stone, but flora had clearly dominated the construction. The architecture of the zone also seemed to be different in that, while before there had been mainly passages branching out to small rooms, now there were large forest-like areas, domes to be exact, with short passages connecting them. Basically, it could be called a jungle zone. Gubia, shut it. The first monsters Ryuichi encountered here were a black humanoid type called gomas. They tried to use the environment to their advantage, hiding behind bushes and on branches, and had launched an attack on Ryuichi from all directions. Not an issue. These are easy too. He designated them as small fry from the moment he first saw one. They could come in swarms and Ryuichi would have no trouble at all dealing with them. Of course, these short, black monsters held bladed weapons that could potentially injure him, but he felt not an iota of threat. He almost felt like yawning at the whole affair, but since they were kind enough to welcome him, he figured he could at least show some gratitude by testing his new sword on them. Ryuichi needed only one swing to not only cut down the poorly armed gomas leaping at him from all directions, but the slash even chopped down the tree where their archer lay hiding, bringing it equal death. This thing's pretty sharp. He was afraid that his sword would be as sharp as a block of wood, but thankfully, it wasn't. He wasn't sure if it was the skeleton boss sword that was of high quality or if his royal sword skill did the magic. Whatever it was, Ryuichi was satisfied with his new, reliable sword, and continued his march through the jungle zone in steady steps. Some time later, and with a sigh, guess zone bosses are the only things that'll give me a fight. This zone was different from the previous, skeleton-only area in that there were a variety of monsters here. There were humanoid ones like gomas and other ones that looked like animals. A weird, red dog that spat fireballs, horned monkeys that hopped around like bunnies, wild boars whose only course of action seemed to be charge, yellow toads with poisoned tongues, and many, many giant bug-type monsters, man-sized ants, bees and mantises, just everywhere. Predated skills. Red spark, let off hot sparks. Sidestep, make agile sidesteps. Charge and dash, build up potential and perform a powerful charge. Paralyzer, produce paralysis poison. Power of the ant, lift things many times your weight. Dissolver, produce acidic fluid. Mantis slash, a quick and deadly double slash with sides. Arriving at his second fairy square, Ryuichi reluctantly ate the least disgusting of the monster parts. Mostly a single piece of bone from each monster, and learned a number of new skills. He did not eat any gomas, however. Not because they were humanoid and it would be wrong, but because his gut sense had told him that eating that disgusting creature wouldn't get him anything. The skills he did gain didn't seem like they would be useful at all at the moment, but since this world worked on RPG mechanics, they might just come in handy somewhere down the line. After that, he went on to traverse more of the jungle zone, coming to a point where he didn't seem to find any new types of monsters, which was when he came to a dome much larger and higher than any he'd seen before. And as he took the first step inside, whoa, Ryuichi was met with an explosion right in front of him, followed by a hot gust of wind to the face. The powerful blast shook the large jungle trees and threw up Ryuichi's hair. Could be a runaway boss, he thought, never fearing a challenge. He took a bold stride inside and discovered the cause of the explosion. Oh, you're Tendo Ryuichi. At the center of the dome that had opened up into a wide field, Ryuichi found the giant red creature. Wow, it's a fucking dragon, he noted. A red dragon perhaps, as it could be called in a fantasy game. Hehe, surprised are we? This salamander is my familiar, my obedient servant. Its face was unlike that of a lizard and nor was it crocodilian. It had the ferocious look that could only be described as a dragon's. Rows of razor-sharp teeth lined its massive jaws and small sparks could be seen escaping the gaps in between. Its red wings were lifted outstretched and its two bulky legs allowed it to stand upright, giving the beast a certain regality, like that of a ruler of all monsters. Its long tail looked flexible and was yet covered in tough red scales that gave of a metallic sheen. One strike from such a tail could surely break human bone. However, Ryuichi noted that overall, the color of this dragon felt faded, giving the impression that it was an old, aged dragon. Fret not. So long as I hold command over it, Salamander will not attack you. Ha! Wait, when'd you get there? Ryuichi said as he finally noticed the young man standing arms crossed in front of the red dragon, looking awfully proud of himself. From the fact that he was wearing the school uniform, Ryuichi quickly understood that he must be a classmate. I have been here this whole time. You see this salamander? This is mine. Ah, yeah. Who are you again? Who am I? Are you seriously asking that? I am your class rep, for goodness sake. No. You're definitely not Ryoko. Ah, right, there was the boys rep too, I guess. Oh yeah, you're Kazuma, right? Azuma. My name is Azuma Shinichi. Sure, close enough. Ryuichi was frankly terrible with names. Or rather, he found it a pain to remember people. Just didn't give a crap, basically. Then again, he kind of sort of did remember seeing this guy stand at the class podium along with Ryoko a couple of times. Maybe. Ryuichi finally connected the boy in front of him to the boys' class rep of 2-7. Alright, now what? You're gonna sick your amazing dragon on me, that how it's gonna go? Sick him on you? Me? It is truly droll how the first thing you delinquents think of is fighting. It is because of people like you that young adults of our age have gotten the label of being too short-tempered. I personally think it is the adults who put all us youths into the same category as some hot-blooded muscle brains need to get their own heads examined. But I digress. Let me just say that I have no intention of instigating any form of violence against you. Let us think about this logically, yes? What reason would I, a classmate of yours, have to attack a fellow of mine when we should be joining hands one and all in order to surmount this catastrophe that has befallen us? In fact, the very suggestion of such barbarism is so carelessly nonsensical that... Quit your bullshit. Ryuichi put a swift end to Azuma's monologue. Your little pet almost went and attacked me and you had to stop it. Whatever might you be implying? I'll say it again. Your damn dragon sensed you wanting to kill me, so it did its thing. Ryuichi had of course been well aware of Azuma's presence at the moment the dragon had entered his visual range. He had simply forgotten this particular class representative's name but had no doubt that the youth in front of him was the master of the seemingly out-of-control dragon. Ryuichi had even seen Azuma gesture at his fire-breathing pet from behind, firmly ordering it to stand down while he boastfully called out to the class toughest delinquent. "It's all over your face," Ryuichi said, driving the point home. "Heh, guess that's an honor student for you. All goody-goody to the core." The cocky smile completely disappeared from boys' class reps, from Azuma Shinichi's face as he scowled, directing eyes of enmity at Ryuichi. But he wasn't about to blow his top just yet. In no time, he straightened his expression and looked Ryuichi in the eye. "I cannot seem to understand what you might be implying. But if that is how you see it, I suppose I cannot convince you otherwise." "Playing dumb, now?" Ryuichi saw no reason to play along. "You sure you don't want your pet lighting me up? I kindly request that you stop it with those nonsensical provocations. Then how about you fucking decide? Fight me or fuck off. I don't have time to play games," Ryuichi said, shoving his hands into his pant pockets as a gesture that he was willing to give Azuma some time to make a decision. At the same time, almost naturally, he gave off the intimidating aura of a bad-to-the-bone delinquent squatting outside a convenience store past midnight, the type that an upstanding student such as Azuma wouldn't even think to approach. This left the boys' class rep unable to speak right away. Azuma took in a breath, exhaled, then made his case. "Listen, Tendo Ryuichi. Seeing as you have come this far inside the dungeon, you should be well aware as to what sort of place this really is. Am I wrong?" "Yeah, what's your point?" Ryuichi understood it simply as a world where video game logic seems to work, except for the fact that dying here meant actual death. "This place is very, very dangerous." Azuma began. "We have been granted amazing powers by our callings, but the creatures inhabiting this dungeon, the monsters, also have a variety of powers. I am certain that in the very depths of this dungeon, we are sure to encounter an unimaginably powerful boss monster. Sure. You may be proud of your strength, Tendo Ryuichi, you are even famous for it. But let me remind you, that strength back in our world means nothing here. A calling grants us power easily surpassing any human being. Your calling is your absolute lifeline, so it is only logical to assume that multiple individuals possessing these callings can exert much greater power were they to cooperate. Or, you plan on getting to the fucking point sometime this year? Quit wasting time. TSK. Azuma complied irritably. In other words, I am saying that we should all work together, you, me, and all of our classmates. Thus, Tendo Ryuichi, I suggest you refrain from suggesting that you want to act solo. Ah! Ryuichi barked. You telling me what to do now, is that it? I am suggesting, Azuma's voice began to grow in volume, and in very clear, logical, easy-to-understand terms, that we must consolidate our strength. Calm down, dude, your glasses are getting fogged over. As Ryuichi had correctly pointed out, Azuma's slim black-rimmed spectacles had indeed been coated in the condensed vapor produced as a result of his heavy breathing. That calm retort from the supposedly hot-headed delinquent, however, was akin to pouring oil on a fire. I am speaking calmly. Come on, don't get so worked up. We're gonna work together, right? Shut up. The boys' class rep had snapped. Ryuichi didn't go so far as to sigh in annoyance, even though he wanted to, but he was nearing the limit to his patience. He entertained the idea of shutting up his overexcited classmate with a solid punch to the gut, but he wasn't sure if Fido the dragon would sit idly while his master is being attacked. Ryuichi got the distinct impression that this whole thing was going to be a major pain in the ass. Tendo Ryuichi, just tell me this. Are you going to cooperate or not? Yes or no? Oi, where'd Mr. Sophisticated go all of a sudden? Ryuichi wanted to say as Azuma suddenly switched to speaking like a normal person, but he stopped himself, thinking it better not to fan the flames even further. Yeah, I'm gonna do my own thing for a while. If you want to get everyone together, be my guest. I won't get in your way. Do you really think you'll be fine acting all on your own? Do you really think I can just hold hands and get along with everyone else? To Ryuichi, it was sort of hilarious how Azuma was seriously asking him of all people, to cooperate. Feeling exasperated, Ryuichi decided to set him straight. Take a good, long look. I bleached my head, I don't give one fuck about the school dress code, and I even smoke. Oh, yeah, can't smoke anymore. But you get my point. You even said it yourself, I'm a delinquent. He wasn't particularly proud of it, nor was he one for show, but can't be a damn delinquent if I let a stupid dragon scare me, yeah? At some point, people just started calling him one. He hadn't strayed from the so-called honest path, but merely became one through the natural course of his life. Therefore, being thrown into a dangerous world full of deadly monsters didn't seem like much of a reason to change his ways. That was Ryuichi's take on the matter. RII ridiculous. Class Rep Azuma had, as expected, not liked his answer. Think about it. Do you even need me at all? Heck, your plan might just go smoother without me around. Ryuichi did not get along with many people. At most, there was his childhood friend who stuck to him through and through, but his other classmates, they'd be scared out of their wits just being in his presence. Ryuichi was keenly self-aware about these things. We can't have anyone do as they please in our situation. You are no exception to that. Who's this we? You're making this bigger than it needs to be. I mean, you and everyone will be fine as long as Yuto's around. At the mention of said childhood friend, Azuma fell silent for a moment. Yuto? Do you mean Soma Yuto-kun? Why, do you mention him? Well, who else is gonna take charge? One morning, the students of Class 27 had suddenly found themselves being sent to another world, thrown into a dungeon full of monsters where they'd have to fight and survive. It was a scenario so unrealistic, it was more likely that they'd be attacked by armed terrorists. And in that confusion and turmoil, only Yuto could take charge. Ryuichi readily believed that only Yuto, the guy who somehow stuck with him through thick and thin, had what it took to accomplish the feat of uniting and leading the rest of them. He knew that neither he himself nor anyone else could do the same. And now look, I'm the class rep. If anyone is going to take responsibility and pull everyone together, it should obviously be me. I can't believe you would. Haha, good one. Ryuichi couldn't help but chuckle at Azuma's misguided sense of responsibility. Was their class rep, whose only responsibility had been doing a bit of paperwork, actually being serious? It only sounded like a silly joke to Ryuichi. But seriously, you're in way over your head. Times like these, you just gotta relax and let Yuto handle it. Ryuichi, of course, had meant no harm, and was simply advising Azuma on the facts that he genuinely believed. That being said, not many people would gladly stand down upon being so frankly told that they were just not cut out for it. Shut up, came the outburst. Shut up. You just shut up, Tendo Ryuichi. Do you think I will let you insult me like this? You're picking a fight, aren't you? I'll show you. Ah fuck, so we're back to the beginning. Ryuichi sighed in futility at how the two were back on mildly hostile terms. He wanted to complain about the wasted time, but Azuma's constantly flip-flopping temper had really ruined his mood for fighting. Arguing with this guy was not so much irritating as mentally exhausting. In fact, he much rather preferred the hot-blooded and straightforward "Oi, that's Tendo from Shiromine. You're fucking dead" that the delinquents from Black High went with. I'm the one in charge of Class 27. Soma Yuto should be listening to me. And you, Tendo Ryuichi, do not think I'll let you go off on your own. Ryuichi heaved a sigh. So what, you're telling me to fall in line, is that it? Listen to you and be all buddy-buddy? Mph, if you can, that is. I judge a person not by their words but by their actions, I'll have you know. So let's say I do that, and even fight my share. You're fine with that, right? Of course. If you do as you say, I will gladly admit that I had misjudged your character. Chem. Ryuichi made a testing hum. So yeah, I know this isn't related, but about Ryuko, yeah? She's pregnant. Who ate? I knocked her up. Azuma let out a comically shaken voice followed with an equally dumbstruck expression. Ryuichi imagined that even a circus clown couldn't make a face this funny. WH, what, are you even? Azuma began muttering. No, that can't, how could she? Kisaragi-kun is preg. I'm not kidding. It was on our summer trip to Hawaii, you know, the one with Yuto and a bunch of others. Kind of just happened. He was in fact lying. About the pregnancy, and about the child being his. All a simple lie. It was simply unfathomable to Ryuichi how such a strict and uptight girl like Ryoko would even begin to like him, the class number 1 delinquent. Cheesy scenarios like that belonged in cheesy shoujo manga. But they had in fact gone to Hawaii last summer break. Ryuichi would claim he was practically dragged along by Yuto, but the fact remains that he went there. They'd even given out souvenirs to some of their friends in class, and talk of the trip had become common gossip soon enough. Anyone and everyone knew about it. For the record, the trip included 9 members, the Soma brother and sister of course, along with Tendo Ryuichi, Kusaka Hiroki, Kisaragi Ryoko, Natsukawa Minami, Kenzuki Asuna, Takanashi Kotori, and Reina A. Ayas. Evidently, the above listing consisted of practically all the top beauties of the classroom, and so, many a jealous glare flew about. Not toward Ryuichi of course, as the only boy who could even work up the courage to give him any looks would be Higuchi Kyuya, who, by all accounts, seemed very docile and uninterested about the whole affair. As such, and alas, all the eyes of envy fell on Kusaka Hiroki alone. Which was not only unfortunate, but greatly unfair, as most of the female attendees on the overseas trip had eyes for Soma Yuto, and thus, Hiroki had experienced not a single spicy event throughout the whole adventure. Truly, he was the ultimate victim of it all. That's just crazy. Yeah man, we must have been. I mean, we even kept fucking for a while after coming back. No condom or anything. Shit happens, am I right? Ha ha ha, Ryuichi finished, thinking how bad his makeshift acting must have looked. Now to see just how Mr. Straight-laced class rep, how Azuma Shinichi will react to this sudden revelation. Yap. Azuma said, no waver in his voice. Yap. I'm done. What? Ryuichi looked at him. At his bulging eyes but otherwise emotionless face. He wasn't sure where this was going, but he sensed that it was strange. Very strange. You know, Tendo Ryuichi, I wanted to be a good person. Azuma began. Ryuichi's first thought was that he was going to go off on another tirade, but his tone was placid. It was as if all the anger and frustration from just now had vanished into thin air. I am strong. It's because I'm strong that I was granted such great power. Power that I would use responsibly. That is how it was meant to be. I aspired to use this strength wisely and protect my classmates, take care of them, lead them back home, to Earth, to Japan. I truly wanted that, you know? Even if I knew. At this point, Azuma's wide-open eyes had gone wet and glossy. Even if I knew that only 3 of us could go back. Only 3? Oi, what the F? The dragon attacked. Ryuichi heard a whistling intake of air, then saw from the red behemoth's gaping jaws a flash of orange. Dragon breath. Dragons are creatures that breathe fire. It was the stuff of legends and folklore back on Earth, and in this world, a concrete and undeniable truth. Ryuichi already knew that though. He knew that the explosion he was met with upon his entry into this dome was caused by the fire of this very same dragon. Even Ryuichi, with his powered-up body, couldn't take such an explosion head-on. Before his ears began ringing, he not only made the split-second decision to dodge with one of his predation skills, sidestep, but he additionally used his royal sword to shield himself from the blast wave. Even then, he was blown back. That was a powerful attack. If he hadn't evaded, he would have ended up as a smudge on the charred ground. TSK. Chances ain't so good here. Ryuichi judged that the open area he had tumbled to would only leave him open to attacks, and so, quickly standing up, he ran for the trees. Foo, foo foo, fwahahaha. You see now, Tendo Ryuichi. This is my power. No, your dragon's doing all the work. Ryuichi wanted to retort, but now wasn't the time. He was more or less hidden now, and didn't expect the dragon to burn down the whole forest. Even Azuma wouldn't risk that. This is all your fault, Tendo Ryuichi. Here I was, trying to save everyone using the strongest power that only I was granted, and you just had to. You. The lie that Ryuichi had fathered a child with Kisaragi Ryoko had caused this madness within Azuma. Ryuichi had expected to rile him up, but he didn't expect the guy to go absolutely ballistic. Great. Ryuichi sighed. You just had to get a nutcase go for you, Ryoko. Ryuichi knew how Azuma Shinichi had a thing for Kisaragi Ryoko. It was common knowledge for the better half of their class, a staple topic for those interested in love gossip. Azuma was just that obvious about it. And that's exactly why Ryuichi told the lie that he did. To test him. Azuma had made noble and virtuous claims, like how he would gather and lead his classmates through these troubled times, leaving no one behind and all that. But how far was he really willing to follow through with those ideals? For instance, what if it turned out that the girl he likes was carrying another man's child? What if the father turned out to be the type of scum that he simply despised, someone who boasted about their lewd deed in vulgar detail? Could he still make peace with such a man, in the name of his noble cause? Could he work together with such a man, knowing all this? The answer to those questions, as it has been shown, is evidently a big, fat no. I'm done. I'm done being the stupid class rep. I'll escape. Me and the girl I love, only the two of us will survive and return back to Japan. We'll even start a family. Oh yeah. Then take good care of my kid, will ya? I'm sure you'll be a great dad. Ah. Azuma screamed. Kill him. Salamander. Another massive explosion. The forest was being set ablaze at an alarming rate. But the red heat of the huge fireballs were flying at random while Ryuichi was still hidden behind the thick green. So you do want to fight, after all. Bring it on, Azuma. A fireball flew toward the direction of his voice, but its lack in accuracy made dodging easy. Each time the dragon's breath missed, it was an opportunity to get used to it. Firing rate, damage output, attack range and accuracy, Ryuichi observed and learned. Ryuichi knew just how strong he was. So he knew that if he were to give it his all here, he had a decent chance at winning against that thing. The risk was exhilarating, fun even. Without realizing, Ryuichi's mouth had curved into a wide grin as he took on the challenge. I'm ready, anytime. Chapter 91, Team DQN. I can't believe it. I was in a fairy square. Just when I had thought that all hope was lost and gone, I ended up joining another party of classmates and would use the transfer circle to safely teleport into the next fairy square. Shit. Doesn't that mean that if I'd only waited for a while longer, I wouldn't have had to engage in that deathmatch with Higuchi? I was thinking on useless what-ifs. What if nobody had died before Tendo Ryuichi arrived? If that had happened, the rest of us wouldn't even matter. My vengeful curse, Masaru's undying friendship, and Higuchi's relentless greed, it'd all have been meaningless in front of Tendo Ryuichi's awe-inspiring strength. His OP as fuck. On par with Somakuen's hero calling no joke. I got the chance to witness that power firsthand in the battle with the boss, with the Goliath, temp name, that happened just earlier. The powerful monster waiting inside the boss room was just as Masaru had described, very similar to the Goliath from Undead Bounty. It had the figure of a gorilla on steroids, with bulging, veiny muscles all over. It sported horns on its head like an oni from folklore, and its body was covered with grey, metallic carapace like an armor bear. Yeah, no shit, Higuchi was trying to find a loophole, just look at it. Was my initial impression of the muscle-bound monstrosity. And its looks hadn't been for show either. Seriously, what's he even supposed to be? He doesn't feel like a hero, but he's clearly not something bland like swordsman or warrior either. Wait, don't tell me he's the Demon King. I'd watched Tendo-kun fight the Goliath from the door to the room that he'd left ajar when he entered. The Goliath, seeing its prey casually enter its lair, raised a dizzying howl, ready to pounce at any moment. While on the other side, Tendo-kun generated a bright golden magic circle at his hand, and the next thing I knew, he was holding a huge, red sword. Speaking of big-ass swords, the largest one I'd encountered was the claymore Yokomichi had, was being the operative term. Tendo-kun's sword was a lot bigger. Not only was it close to 2 meters in length, its blade was abnormally thick and girthy. I seem to remember that real-life two-handed swords go up to 2 meters, but they're a lot thinner, and made only as heavy as 3 kilograms so that they're actually practical. Tendo-kun's big, red murder stick, however, spat on the principles of real-life physics, and looked truly like the epic cover art tier blade an RPG protagonist would use. No ordinary human could carry that giant lump of metal. Heck, I'd be a pancake if it dropped on top of me. And yet, Tendo-kun had been holding it up with one hand, not breaking one drop of sweat. Carrying it wasn't all he did, of course. With blitzing speed, Tendo-kun delivered an overhead slash toward the Goliath. At the same time, his sword burst in crimson. The result, not only had the ground underneath charred in red, but the Goliath was instantly split vertically in two. Its left and right were flung in opposite directions as bright flames wrapped them up. In the time it took gravity to carry the two halves back to the ground, they were nothing but charred meat. The battle with the Goliath ended in one fell swoop and we all teleported here to this fairy square. End of flashback. I'd definitely be safe with Tendo-kun around. Yeah, no. I mean, if they insisted that we should all work together and look out for each other, I'd be more than happy to oblige, really. But I personally had doubts as to whether I could even get along with Tendo-kun's team. Just looking at the members told me that. We have Tendo Ryuichi, the class number 1 delinquent, the guy that even the meatheads from Black High feared, along with the top 3 gals of our class. Basically, not one of them could be described as an upstanding student. In other words, they were Team DQN, consisting of a completely different race of people compared to someone like me. I mean, sure, I might have called them gals or delinquency according to the behavior they showed in their corner of the classroom, but they must have also made compromises on that after having survived in this dungeon. That being said, I still don't know anything about them, their callings, how they've been living all this time, their goals, nothing. Yeah, what if one day they suddenly decide to get rid of me, like Momokawa, just fuck off? I can totally see them casually dropping a line like that. Basically, I need more info. The first major hurdle would be actually talking to them. I mean, I guess the pick would have to be Rando Kyoko. No, I'm not saying that because I like big knockers, mind you. She was, after all, the one who invited me to join their party. Tendo Ryuichi and the other 2 girls don't seem to give a damn, so I can't really expect a conversation from them even if I went for it. Rando-san it is. Not to mention that, for a while now, Tendo-kun was being flocked by those 2 girls on both sides who kept singing his praises. I heard terms like, so cool or that was awesome fly about, the kind of stuff you pay for in a hostess bar, but free of charge. Tendo-kun didn't look all that happy about it though, since he had just laid down to relax. At any rate, I'm simply not ballsy enough to attempt an interruption to whatever they have going on over there. Which leaves me only Rando-san, who was sitting a ways away from them, at the corner of the Fairy Square's fountain. Actually, even if I kind of feel nervous, thinking back, I've had experience talking to Soma Sakura and the rest of that aggravating worst harem party, so I can definitely talk to a girl. I'm even used to them talking to me like I'm trash. Rando-san, can we talk? I wanted to ask a few things. Ah, hey Momokawa. Sure we can talk. Standing in front of Rando-san like this is pretty daunting, to be completely honest. Her hotness was in the complete opposite vector from the pure and virtuous beauty of someone like Soma Sakura. I mean, her shirt was half unbuttoned, revealing that captivating cleavage. She wore her skirt short, which put on display those thick meaty thighs and, wait, please don't cross your legs to the other side while I'm looking. It's extremely deadly. So as I kept my urges in check, I faced Rando-san who seemed to gush in sensual pheromones. After you wash up, Kay? You stink. I'm so sorry. Dead. I can't believe I'm dead. Having a girl say I stink completely ripped out my heart. I was too naive. My resistance toward my elemental weakness of girls hadn't nearly developed as much as I estimated. I felt like crying and decided to promptly go to the other side of the fountain so that I could abide to her suggestion, which is when she caught me. Don't struggle, hey. I'm gonna get all this gunk off. What? Why? I suddenly found myself having my face wiped by Rando-san. In her hand was a wet handkerchief that she was using to scrub away the mud and dried blood off my face. The cold, rubbing sensations were giving me a pleasure unlike. Hold it, since when did I have that fetish? Momokawa, you're... What are... My voice squeaked as my mind went into a raging panic. Rando-san suddenly moved in close, and while she kind of had a ton of makeup on, she still had a really pretty face under all that, which wasn't good for my heart at all. You're pretty cute, you know that. A little bit of makeup and you'd look amazing. Trust me, I can make you look totally fab. No thank you. Oh, come on. You got such nice, clear skin, and look it's so soft and bouncy. No seriously, I'm not interested in thwat sotub. Hey, stop it. I mean, she suddenly started playing with my cheeks. What am I supposed to say? It's not like I disliked the feeling, but in this context, I can hardly consent. Come on, you'll be in good hands with me. Please no. Ah, yeah, you're really dirty all over, huh? K, Momokawa, take him off. Huh. Okay, time out. She's changing subjects way too fast for me to follow. And did she just tell me to strip down? Take off your clothes, hey. Want me to do it? Wait, no, I don't. Chill, dude. I've got lots of little brothers, so I'm used to it. Well, I'm not. What are you even saying? I'm saying I'm used to seeing the little pipsqueaks naked, so you don't need to be shy, alright? No, that doesn't make any sense. Quit wasting time, you. I wanted to scream in embarrassment, but quietly took off my uniform, obeying Rando-san. The girl in front of me didn't raise so much as an eyebrow as I stripped down to my underwear then and there. Sure, she might be used to seeing boys naked or whatever, but this feels so fucking weird. I'll go ahead and wash these, so you go and get some of those bugs. You know, the ones that fix clothes. Yeah, will do. Thanks, Rando-san. I changed into my tracksuit without incident, and went on to collect the mimesis worms like I was told. My uniform needed a wash anyway, and there were some rips here and there that also needed fixing. I felt like I had to thank Rando-san out of courtesy since she was willing to do half the job. Still, it's downright alien to me how a girl could just casually take a half-naked boy's clothes and start doing laundry for him. It's as if she's got plenty of experience living with men already. We can count out Higuchi since in his last words he essentially confessed to being in a relationship with Nagai-san and not Rando-san like I had previously theorized. Then that just means she could be going out with a college student, or maybe someone even older, who knows. Actually, no, it doesn't matter what her relationship status is. What I need to ask her about is her and this team of classroom misfits they've got going. Yeah, I'll do just that once I'm done finding these worms. Heya, Tendo, do me a favor, Rando-san called as I was making myself busy. What do you want, Rando? Tendo-kun said dryly. Can we wait till Momokawa's clothes are dry? Fuck, Kyoko, we're not playing house yano? Quipped one of the girls beside Tendo-kun. Frickin' read the mood, Kyoko. Said the other. Yeah, whatever, said Tendo-kun. You two can stay here. I'ma go take a walk. Thanks, said Rando-san. Appreciate it. Nah, I was just getting bored anyway. Tendo-kun roused his body up from the ground like a lion waking up from his afternoon nap. As he declared so, he headed toward the door out of the square to make a survey of the new zone. Hey, wait for me, Tendo-kun. I'm coming with two. The two girls flocked right behind him as he left, one carrying a spear and another carrying an axe, with sub-blades hung at their waists. From the practiced manner with which they held their weapons, I could guess that they had melee warrior-type callings. Descriptions aside, what was with that oddly strained conversation just now? Tendo-kun seemed normal enough, but those two girls had real acid in their tone. Wait. Does that mean Tendo-kun likes Rando-san? Damn, and I thought he was going for class rep. No wait, maybe this explains why he always got so heated up with our female class rep all the time. Plus, him and Rando-san kind of make a good pair, at least, appearance-wise. I mean, they're both bleached blonde and all. Which means that those other two girls, who are very obviously trying to get his attention, would be facing the barrier called Rando-san, thus their attitude. It also explains why Rando-san has been sitting away from them. And here I thought they were good friends, seeing as how they always seemed to be in their little gal group in class. Yup, friendship really is a fragile thing in the harshness of the dungeon. As someone experienced in such matters, my advice would be to settle their differences and make up sooner rather than later. Yeah, right, like I'm one to talk, Amosoru. Su, Momokawa. Rando-san suddenly shot dialogue at me. What kind of trouble have you been up to? I'm guessing you're asking me about life in the dungeon? Yeah. You don't look strong at all, dude. I mean, if she looked at me and thought I was strong from only my appearance, I'd have to doubt if her eyes were working. Rando-san, you don't happen to have an appraisal skill, do you? I mean, like, can you see my mana or something? In a world with callings and their respective skills, one would be foolish to judge a person's strength by their appearance. Even a scrawny kid like me could be hiding unlimited potential for murder underneath. Case in point, Reina Ias, the very definition of delicate little princess, is apparently a spirit master, an undeniably powerful calling. Ah, what? Yeah, sorry, I don't follow. Wait, when you say I look weak, you just mean I look weak? Yeah, I guess. It was at this point that I felt like a complete idiot. Here she was making a genuinely confused face like, what else could it be? While my head was full of implications upon implications to her simple words. Wait, maybe Rando-san's the type that speaks exactly what's on her mind? Well, I guess, yeah I am. I answered. I didn't exactly get a stellar calling from the gods. Sure, there's the fact that I won that fight with Higuchi, and so objectively speaking, Shaman clearly isn't the weakest of the callings, but that doesn't mean I can prance around glorifying it at the best. Just the best. I mean, sorry Ruin Hilda-sama, but I'm just not that good at lying. Whew, she mused, must have been a bitch coming this far. Not entirely. I was with a trusty teammate along the way. Ah, yeah, makes sense. I'm pretty much the same, so I totally get you. Totally know that feel. Rando-san nodded to herself exaggeratedly. But was she really being sympathetic or internally sneering? I couldn't tell looking at her totally chill face. Sue, how come you're alone now? Got lost? It's kind of a long story. Interested? Totally interested. She was unusually interested, making me suspect if she too was like me, collecting info. Well, it's no big deal whether I go now or after, since I'll have to tell them part of my circumstances sooner or later. Okay, where do I start? So my first teammate, and by that I mean a classmate, was. I had to think about what and what not to mention while relating my story. I mentioned the basics, like meeting Mei-chan and about how we joined up with Soma Sakura and her party of girls. Rando-san hummed inquisitively. So you're telling me you've been with the Miss Soma, class rep, Natsukawa, Kenzuki, and even Tweety. Damn Momokawa, that must have been a sight for sore eyes every day for you. I'll admit that they're pretty, but they were a massive pain to deal with, I swear. Tweety must refer to Takanashi Kotori, with how she has small bird, literally twice in her name. So that's what she's being called behind her back. It's certainly a lot less malicious than fat-shaming Mei-chan with butter bar. I mean, like, they kinda feel like an all-star team, right? I'll bet they were all pretty strong too. Rando-san said rather discerningly. Even she could look at them and see that that group of girls were just brimming with talent. And you'd be correct. I validated her guess. All of them got great powers. Well, Takanashi-san couldn't fight, but she still made up for it with very useful support and production skills. I'm still mad jelly about her upgrade skill. With something like that, she can always equip the people in her party doing the actual fighting with top-tier equipment. And I'll also add her ancient tongue skill to the jelly list. Not only is she able to use hidden functions in the fairy square fountains, she might also be able to find shortcuts through the dungeon like Higuchi's sacrifice stone. It's a skill with a ton of future potential. Kinda lost your meaning there, but neat, said Rando-san, in an expression of kind of sort of impressed. It appears that I can't use any geeky terms with her. I'll have to take my time and explain stuff in normal talk when I need to get her to understand. Okay, so how'd you end up separated, anyway? Kenzuki Asuna pushed me out of the transfer circle right when we were about to jump to the next place, believe it or not. And all of a sudden, I'm completely alone, left behind. Fat. PFF ha 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 ha. Rando-san burst out laughing. Holy crap, that's hilarious. It's seriously not funny. Seeing her painfully holding her sides in uncontrollable mirth felt weirdly fresh, in a way. Must be because I'm safe now and can look back on it. Legit, how do you even get pushed off like that? She spat, not much a question than a retort. It just happened way too fast. How do you expect me to react to suddenly getting shoved from behind when I least expected it? Okay, seriously though, Fut, why'd she even do that? I'd seriously like her to quit laughing right about now. Must have really tickled her funny bone imagining me tumbling off the circle like a buffoon. Yeah, whatever. She doesn't seem to mean any harm. It's all that bitch Kensuke Asuna's fault anyway. You could say Kensuke-san doesn't exactly have a good impression of me. Wait, what? Rando-san shot with sober disbelief like, love is free and all, but seriously, that's your type? Momokawa, you're a lot more daring than you look, huh? Okay, can you please stop implying that I attacked her or something? Because I didn't, alright. Didn't even touch. I said no. What kind of animal does she think I am? Geez. Sure, Kensuke Asuna technically falls within the busty babes category, but compared to the magnum opus of Mamoris that is Mei-chan, she's nothing I say. My eyes wouldn't even wander to such negligible knockers. Well, what did you do then? Can't say. Yeah, no. I do not want to explain why I was in a corner masturbating to yet another girl. That'd be some next-level masochism right there. But hey, she's one of those high-pride, uppity bitches, so I can see her getting pissed at you for almost nothing, yeah? You're so right. You hit the nail right on the head. And it's not just Kensuke Asuna either. Soma Sakura, now she's got a talent for making you want to pull your hair out. You said it. Bitch doesn't give one crap about anyone but her little circle of friends, am I right? Wait, I see it, holy shit. Not even kidding. Like, there was that one time, and so the two of us began shitting on Soma Sakura in perfect sync. What am I even doing? I thought. And no, I don't mean that with a moral reason like talking behind someone's back is bad, but because I got completely derailed from my objective of collecting info on Tendokuin and his party. I should fix that. Business aside, boy does it feel good letting out all those pent-up frustrations. It's important to have someone to talk to about these things. Especially when that someone agrees with you, that's just the best. But what's more amazing is how easy to talk to Rando-san is. Today has to be the first time we had a conversation, and she definitely doesn't look the type that I'd get along with, but here we were, hitting it off like we were old friends. Like, just imagine if I was one of those exhausted corporate warriors constantly facing unpaid overtime, a salaryman basically, and I happen to aimlessly find myself at a random hostess bar where Rando-san appears to serve me. I'd get literally addicted to it. I mean, seriously, with a hot, busty and talkative girl attending to me, I'd blow my whole salary on the establishment. Wait, whoa, could that be Rando-san's calling? Kinda wanna change the subject, may I? Sure, go right ahead. After talking for a bit, I decided it's time to get back on track. I can go for days complaining about Soma Sakura, but not right now. So how was it for you, Rando-san? I mean like fighting in the dungeon and using your calling, stuff like that. I gave it to her straight. Now was just the right time to ask about these things without it seeming weird. She thought, like, I was pretty much a tag-along really. My, calling, isn't anything worth writing home about. I mean like, I can't even beat those bony creeps. But weren't you by yourself at the beginning? Not even. I basically met up with Julie and Marie right away, she explained. All my luck must have totally gone to meeting them before anything. Like legit, those two were so much stronger, they handled everything. Rando-san smiled as she told the story. Maybe she was happy that her friends were strong, or maybe she was glad that she had it so easy, I don't know. But I didn't feel like I could criticize an innocent smile like that, now that I've gotten to know her a little. And that Julie and Marie are the same girls who went out just now, right? What's this, Momokawa? Rando-san said teasingly. You forgot their names, didn't Chacha? Sorry. That's no good, you know. You gotta at least know the names of the girls in our class. Who knows when you might get lucky, right? Perhaps I can take it that she means that in terms of raising their flags. If that's the case, then the only names I have to know are Futaba Maiko and Rando Kyoko. I mean, they're basically best girls in terms of bust size. Nonomiya Julia, or Julie's the one with the short hair, and the other girl with the long hair is Yoshizaki Maria, Marie. I'll keep it between us that you forgot, okay? Thanks. Actually, yeah, I do remember two girls having weird names like Julia and Maria, with their truly DQN-esque pronunciation of the kanji. I just hadn't associated actual faces to the names. But yeah, I can strangely see them having names like that. Julie and Marie, unlike their curvaceous friend Rando-san, had slim bodies like those of magazine models. I kind of recall Masaru actually mentioning something about them doing modeling, but I'm not sure. I think he said something like, "Yeah man, those two would have been turning heads just by existing if only they weren't in this class." Which is to say, it was totally believable if someone claimed that they appeared in magazines lined in stores, but in our class, which had more than a handful of girls of Soma Sakura level hotness, they unfortunately placed only at above average. Even in terms of gal fashion, Rando-san had them knocked out of the park, what with her large and voluptuous figure, her fancy makeup, her dyed hair, tanned skin, and let's not forget those Titanic twins. How can they even compete? What kind of callings did they get? Any rare ones? Let's see, Julie's a knight and Marie's a warrior, I think. What do you mean rare? Rare as in Soma Yuto happens to be a hero and his sister's a saintess. Oh, I get the picture. And wow, of course they'd be rarer, Rando-san easily convinced herself, while on my end, I classified Julia and Maria, let's call them the Glamorettes, as having normal callings and adequately leveled up. I can assume that they're adequately strong from that fact that they've come this deep into the dungeon while carrying Rando-san, who didn't do any fighting apparently. And when did you guys meet up with Tendo-kun? Dono, can't check the time cause our phones are out, but I guess, recently. What's his calling? No clue. He didn't want to say? Maybe. I mean, Julie and Marie don't know either. So Tendo-kun's been keeping his calling a secret. Who knows, it could be a super rare one like Demon King. Stuff like Berserker and Cannibalizer certainly don't make a good impression, and me telling others how I'm a shaman is just plain embarrassing. Whatever it is, what I can't do is go up and ask him, or actually, I shouldn't even try to pry. He might have a good reason, or even no reason, to keep it a secret, but small fry like me poking my nose where it doesn't belong is sure to be annoying. And the moment he feels annoyed, I'm dead. Like, dead. The weak should fear the strong, and so try to get on their good side. Exactly, I need to throw aside meaningless pride and raise up my flattery skill on the double. No, that won't work. I try to talk to him, and he'll definitely get an impression like what's with that cheeky look, or Shrimp thinks he's a smart ass, easily ruining my position. My turn. Rando-san said. Tell me yours too, what's your calling, Momokawa? I hesitated. I'm a shaman. Wait, isn't that like curses and voodoo and stuff? I mean, sure, my skills are technically not magic and called curses, so yeah. Wooer, WTF, no kidding, you can do like curses. Oh man, that's so scary. Crap, I should have been nicer to you, right? Sorry. No, come on Rando-san, why would I curse you? In fact, you can't believe how thankful I am that you picked me up back there. And really, my curses aren't as strong as you might be thinking. Really? Like, you won't come out of the TV with your hair all crazy. That's not in my skill set, and probably won't be, ever. You sure? Well, if you say so. I'm not really sure what Rando-san considers scary, but I'm sure she'll get used to my stuff once she sees them a few times and sees how they're pretty weak. I mean, compared to Tendo-kun, my powers, and almost any calling might seem severely underpowered, but the way I see it, he, and probably the Glamorettes too, might also consider me useless in combat. Oh, I almost forgot. What's yours, Rando-san? Sure, I'm A. Here's where she tells me that her calling is that of a powerful enchantress of all men, the infamous succubus. Geomancer, I guess. Oh, neat. I was probably expecting too much. Chapter 92, Trade. So while I completely lost myself talking to Rando-san, who was a surprisingly good conversationalist I should add, the other three members of the party, who'd gone to do reckon, had returned. Heya, Rando-san casually called to Tendo-kun, so how was the walk? Nothing but small fry, said our delinquent supreme, looking bored out of his mind as he took a seat at the edge of the fountain. This place ain't that big, but getting to the boss might take a while. Naturally, the Glamorettes took their positions on his left and right. Tendo-kun's expression was that of open annoyance, but, probably because he's gotten tired of telling them to stop by now, he let the train of compliments come in one ear and out the other. This threesome acted as if I simply didn't exist in this space with them, basically, implying that they weren't interested in me whatsoever. That won't do at all. Sure, to them I might be near the bottom of the barrel in terms of influence. They've probably deemed me just as I am, a short, scrawny otaku who can barely pull his own weight, let alone become a combat asset. On the flip side, that doesn't mean I expect Tendo-kun to give me protection out of the kindness of his heart. Chances are, he doesn't give one shit what happens to me. Whether I live or die is of no concern to him. I'm not saying I blame him for that, mind you. Tendo-kun, with all his OP strength, had more or less played lone wolf throughout our class-wide dungeon adventure. He wasn't like Higuchi or Yokomichi, who only thought to advance by sacrificing others. He was neither friend nor foe, but neutral. My goal, in other words, is to make it so that he feels the need to protect me. It'd be stupid to expect him to be like Mei-chan. I mean, she's the best teammate I could get. No, I just want to rank up from a who cares about him neutral mob to a whatever. Guess I can spare the effort-friendly mob inside Tendo-kun's mind. Basically, I need to show him that I'm worth the effort and demonstrate my value for the party. And so, without further ado, I shall courageously take this chance to strike up a conversation. Hey Momokawa? Rando-san said with a face like a worried mother. You're kinda sweating bullets there, wanna lie down? No, I'm fine, A-okay. Looks like I look more nervous than I want to. Yeah, whatever, to hell with playing it cool. Let's do it like how it's supposed to be when a spineless otaku goes up to a badass delinquent. So I ignored Rando-san's concern and did just that. Tendo-kun, I wanted to talk. What? The moment he looked at me, I felt like I was going to piss myself. What the hell is this? I'm sure I'm not imagining this. It's like intimidating manga SFX were floating behind him with how scary it was. Like a sudden draft of terror had caught me in its cage, like it was squeezing my heart to the point of bursting. That's how it feels. This isn't normal. Okay, I know I'm a massive pussy, but just getting looked at shouldn't have an effect this drastic. Maybe he has something like an intimidate skill that puts hard psychological pressure on the target. If that's the case, I don't actually need to be scared. I should just state my business. Shit. I know in my head that it's a skill, but my throat feels tight and words won't come out. Now I'm convinced that it's some external force acting on me, and not just in my head. Go on, I'm listening. But the moment Tendo-kun said that he was willing to listen, I felt all those adverse effects disappear instantly. You too, Tendo-kun addressed his two groupies, give us some room. Come on. Seriously. Scram. In the time I took to get my breathing in order, Tendo-kun had the glamorettes sitting around him leave us alone, which told me that he was at least willing to take me seriously. Tendo-kun, you probably have a lot of monster parts and cores, so I want to make a trade. And what if I don't? That's fine too. I just need some monster corpses you can get anywhere. You can even kill some from here later. What I need most right now is to get my hands on the material I need to remake Rem. Granted, I sort of did manage to kill mobs like red dogs before, when I got separated, but that was only due to the fact that I had my two Rems as support familiars. What are you offering? Tendo-kun said, understanding that I must have something adequately valuable to offer. I wouldn't be so uncharacteristically coming up to talk to a guy like him otherwise. In other circumstances I could imagine he's simply blowing me off without even listening to what I had to say. But now, in this dungeon survival, even he should have something he'd want. Which would lead to the natural train of thought that, just maybe, I'd happen to be able to provide him with that something. Thus, he decided to engage with me. Now I can only pray that the stuff I do have to offer fall within his needs. I'm offering medicine. Clovers. No, I make mine without using any four-leaved clovers. I can use my powers to make things like healing ointment. Tendo-kun snorted at that. It seems he's not very interested. Maybe he's thinking something along the line of, I'm way too OP, who cares about some chia pass pain cream? No, I'm probably over-exaggerating. Of course he wouldn't be that self-important. Let's push my case. They're actually better than the clovers. Of course, my ointments can't heal a wound instantly, but I guarantee that it works wonders with time. And you can even keep it as an insurance in case the clovers run out. Oh wait, do you already have healing magic? The Glamorettes, Julia and Maria, happen to be warrior and knight, and Rando-san is a geomancer, earth mage. I don't know what Tendo-kun is, but I'm pretty sure the ability to summon a massive sword doesn't fall under the parameters on a cleric. In other words, they don't have a healer in their party. Four-leafed clovers are something of a rare find, and it's just as unwise to bank on finding a potion inside a treasure box. They're both powerful healing options that you wouldn't want to use unless in an emergency. And that's where my meds come in. Ointment A is a decent enough option for recovering from injuries, and considering the possibility of minor injury, it's a viable and economic option. And all he'd need to is get me some mobs that he could kill with one hand behind his back. All in all, it should be an offer he can't refuse. Show me. So he wants to check the quality before buying, does he? He's more shrewd than I thought. That's fine. I, unlike those scammy all-natural skincare salesmen who come to your door, can actually back up my talk with the effectiveness of my product. Seeing is believing, like they say. Okay, here it is. I show him the gooey ointment I keep in Tokushima-kuen's bento box. Tendo-kun didn't look at all disturbed by the blue paste, but stared at it intently for a moment. Bullshit. His sharp eyes turned to me. I suddenly felt an urge to break down and beg for forgiveness, but this is a matter of pride, so I have to make a stand. How dare he call my ointment a bullshit? I'll have to demand that he take back such disparagement of my work. I guarantee you, it can actually heal injuries. If you doubt my words, I can even cut myself and show you the effects. The medicine is real. But the part about you using your powers to make it is bullshit. I wasn't getting his meaning. Didn't know you can mix fairy walnut leaf and those white flowers from over there to make ointment. You got something else in there too. Got it, it's those pointy-looking leaves that look like dandelions, yeah? What? How? How the hell did he figure that out? Wait, no way, he's got an appraisal skill. Anyone can make it as long as they use the same stuff. Thanks Momokawa, that was some useful info. Shit. He can literally reverse engineer all my meds, it's so unfair. I even kept the recipe from Mei-chan, damn it. I'm screwed now. This is 1,000,000 times worse than if he even stole all my ointments. What he basically did just now amounts to stripping all my value as a healer for the team. I feel like an inventor whose groundbreaking blueprints got stolen and patented from right under his nose. Anything else you got? Tendo-kun spoke as if he felt not an ounce of guilt, making my mind spiral into despair at having my secret recipe so easily deciphered. My handmade ointment has no value anymore. He could make as much as he wants now that he knows how. Heck, he can just sit back and get those groupies to do that tedious herb collection and mortar work. Goddammit, I'm stumped. If I let this deal end here, he'll know that that's all I'm good for, and won't even try to take me seriously after this. I'm already working at a loss right now, and without even a skeleton's fingerbone to my name. This is awful, just plain ridiculous. But I can't give up. I have something. Let me guess, is it gonna be antidote? Cigarettes. What? I have cigarettes. Tendo-kun's eyes opened wide, the first positive reaction I've had on this whole discourse. Seriously? Well, 1 box. But they're unopened, brand new. What brand? Wild 7. Deal. Tendo-kun announced instantly. He raised his right arm and manifested a golden magic circle. It was the same as before, when he took out his red bastard sword. But what exited from this magical golden gate was not the blade that could chop down the Goliath like butter with a hot knife, but monster parts. Many monster parts. Way too many monster parts. All yours for the box. You need any more? It's more than enough, thanks. I made a point to maintain my business smile as I produced the box of cigarettes I'd stored away in my bag. Momokawa, you smoke? No, this was originally Tokushima-kuen's. Right, I happen to not be into that activity. Never tried it, and don't want to. And so, the only reason a non-smoker like me would possess such an item can be ascribed to the fact that, in the forest where I first woke up in this Isekai, I had found Tokushima-kun dead. This pack of cigarettes is one of the items I scavenged from his bag. As for those items, his bento is easily the MPV, as that was what allowed me to beat the armor bear. I'd found Pocari Sweat and Calorimate, which were useful too, but I never imagined that the cigarettes would also come in handy after all this time. Damn, Tokishima-kun, you've saved my life twice now, I can't thank you enough. I'll be praying for you to be happy in your next life. These are Tokishima's. Is he dead? Yeah, when I found him, he was already. At the time, my head was full with trying to get the fuck away from the armor bear, but I'm positive that he was dead when I saw him. His eyes wide open, dried blood coming out of his nostrils and tear ducts, and every other hole on his face. It looked pretty fucked up, to be honest. Now that I think about it, how do you even die like that? Most monster would at least leave an injury, but he didn't look half-eaten and even had his bag right there beside him. Then, if I had to think up a reason, maybe it was poison from an insect or snake. If someone told me that a poison that kills you like that exists in this world, I'd believe it. Were you friends? I asked. Nah. Didn't even know he smoked. Wasn't he in the baseball club? Tendo-kun spoke while casually tearing the plastic on the box and taking out one of the cigarettes. He placed it in his mouth and with a ching, lit a small flame on his finger. Putting the finger near the cigarette, he lit it up and began smoking. Whoa, what was that? Frickin' cool. Wait, no, more importantly, that was definitely fire element he was using. He also used it with the Goliath, didn't he? But I'm pretty sure he's not a pyromancer. Fire must be a perk of his actual calling. Let's try and summarize. First of all, the fact that he can swing around such a massive sword with such ease means that he's likely not a general type like swordsman or warrior. In addition, he has manipulation of fire to the degree that he can reduce a Goliath to ashes while also having enough control to make a small flame for lighting a cigarette. But what's even more impressive is not his OP combat potential, but the high-level appraisal skill that let him figure out my ointment at a glance and that golden magic circle, let's call it inventory, that grants him an evidently massive amount of storage. It's like he has those convenient game-like features recreated in real life. Forget convenience, this stuff is downright priceless. Basically, Tendo-kun's true power might not even be his skill in battle, but rather support-type skills like that inventory and appraisal. I first thought that his bastard sword was a rare drop he got from a treasure box, but it might just be something he made himself. This theory has the clear implication that his power to create and modify weaponry is leagues above anything Takanashi-san can make. Also, and I can't really back this up right now, but I have a feeling that he even has a skill-taking skill like Yokomichi, in addition to razor-sharp instincts like Higuchi. That pyromancy he displayed might not be a skill from his own calling but something he took from a red dog or Cerberus, or some other type of fire-breathing monster. As for his instincts, from his comment from earlier that, this place ain't that big, but getting to the boss might take a while. I can surmise that he has some grasp over the layout of his current zone, like a thief's mapping skill. I mean, how else could he tell how far off the next boss room is? Even the notebook compass only gives us a vague direction and literally no indication of distance. Now, if all these pet theories of mine really do turn out to be true, yeah, this guy's a living cheat. GGWP. Let's not think about it too hard. In fact, don't I have something better to do? Tendo-kun just handed me this mountain of parts, who knows what I'll find inside. Foo. Yes, this is it. My next rem will be glorious. Just you wait, Rem, I'm gonna make you the best body ever. I got to work, rummaging through the hoard of material right away, beyond excited. Chapter 93, Cherry Picking. Holy crap. I've hit the mother lode. While Tendo-kun was having a delightful smoke in the background, I was knee-deep into the massive pile of monster bits he had handed over to me. This is some good stuff. From skeletons to red dogs, to pawn ants to wild boars to those hopping monkeys. There's tons of mobs I've seen and many that I haven't. And here's the really good part, scattered among the mob bits, I could see parts belonging to armor bears or night mantises just sitting there like nobody's business. These mid-boss tier materials will obviously and dramatically improve the quality of my rem. Wait, no, freakin' way, are those actual dragon scales? The chain of happy surprises climaxed with the discovery of red dragon scales. Why dragon? They're as big as my palms each, that's why. It requires exceptional skill and experience to concoct medicines out of scales from a salamander. In return, the resulting product is extremely potent. It really is from a dragon then. And just like that, Intuition Pharmacy casually proved that what I was holding were indeed scales belonging to a dragon. I'm apparently not at a high enough skill level to use them in my meds, but just having them in my possession held a lot of potential value. I only found 3 of these salamander scales no matter how finely I searched through the mountain of parts, but just these 3 are bound to yield tremendous effect. Heck, even if they don't, they'd make for some rad accessories. Yeah, Tendokuin definitely has some kind of skill eater and upgrade-like skills. The presence of dragon scales among his horde implies that he's fought this salamander and beat it too. There's no way he just randomly happened to pick these up. The red of these scales match up with the red bastard sword that Tendokuin had previously brought out. There's a big chance that he constructed that sword using salamander scales. A salamander would obviously be able to breathe fire. And maybe not just breathe it, but even create magic circles to rapid-fire fireballs like a machine gun. There are fictions where dragons use fire like it's an extension of their body, and who knows, maybe the dragons in this world are like mages and have a variety of different ways to use their element. And having eaten such a fire-breathing dragon, a salamander, Tendokuin is able to also wield the same dominance over fire. He leaves Yokomichi in the dust, practically. The latter was so proud just having that paralysis tongue from a boss frog, but Tendokuin has the powers of a fucking dragon. Man, what if Rem'll be able to use fire magic once I put these in? No, I'm getting my hopes up too much. I'll be happy with at least fire resistance. Momokawa, watcher up to Rando-san, called out to me. She must have gotten bored. I'm choosing the parts I'll be using for a ritual. You've been at it forever, dude. That long? That long. I guess I have been going at it for a while. The mountain of treasure in front of me was so enticing I'd completely forgotten about everything else. Need any help? Do I? I mean, it's not really something where more hands get it done faster, and I do kind of want to examine every piece myself. Sure, Rando-san. Can you look through everything here and pick up the ones you think are good? How am I supposed to know what's good? Well, I figured that you, as a geomancer, might notice hidden properties in some of these that I can't. Oh, so you're curious about my fashion sense? Sure, let's go with that. Gotcha. Trust me, I don't disappoint. It might seem like I just made up a random reason and gave her some random thing to do, but I'm somewhat serious about what I said. It was thanks to my intuition pharmacy that I could confirm that the red scales belonged to a salamander. That being said, my ingredients-based appraisal skill pales in comparison to Tendokuin's OP appraisal. And it's not even all that informative, to be honest. I don't think Rando-san just conveniently happens to have an appraisal skill of her own, but being an elemental mage, she might be able to naturally sense the mana of things. And if not, it's always good to let another pair of eyes pass over everything lest I risk missing something. This color is good. But the design is Rando-san seemed to be taking this task with surprising earnesty. She was on her knees, looking through half of the total number of parts scattered on the grass. Doing it so seriously that... Wait, won't I see her panties in that pose? Yuck, this still had blood on it. Momokawa, get water. Sure, here. Oh shit, I should have realized. The monster parts aren't arranged on a table but scattered all over the ground, so of course you'd have to crouch or even just bend over then to have a good look. I have pants on, so whatever, but the girl over there is wearing a skirt. And this isn't just any girl, this is Rando-san, who makes it a point to wear her skirt incredibly short, perhaps even the shortest in our whole class. Must not look. Oh, this one. Rando-san yelled. It's really nice, Momokawa. You like this one? Could you please put the ones that catch your eye over there? Sure thing, boss. Here I am talking to her calmly on the outside, but I'm finding myself completely unable to avert my eyes from Rando-san's lower half. I bet she knows. I'm only taking quick peeks, but she has to know. I heard that girls have a sort of intuition about dirty gazes. Which might just mean she's testing me. Yes, Rando-san is testing me to see how much of a gentleman I can be in this sort of situation. Come on, I don't need this. Don't do this to me. I have literally zero resistance to girls, you know? You know that, don't you? I see now, Rando-san is a truly devilish temptress. I can practically see her spaded tail wriggling out from under her skirt. Not today. I refuse to fall victim to your voluptuous charm. Rip in peace. Phew, yup, that's everything. We're good, Momokawa? Yeah, thanks Rando-san. We'd finished going through everything. It was a lot of work, but fun work. Plus, there was Rando-san to chat with, which did technically slow us down, but it made the experience much more enjoyable. The collection of parts one carefully singled out, in addition to the ones that Rando-san thought would look good, will be used in the ritual of Vile Mud Doll. I'll of course be set up my hexagram eye with appropriate sacrifices at each point. But before that, bathroom break. I said casually. Let's not beat around the bush. Did I see them? Yes I did. Rando-san really needs some better defense. I saw them a few times actually. They were leopard print. Hey, you're back. Rando-san welcomed me back. You sure took your time. Sorry. I really am. But if it's the number 2, then it kind of does take a while, am I right? And even if I'm doing it outside the fairy square, it takes some time to do the whole cleanup procedure. Okay. I was worried whether I'd get to collect my secret ingredient this time, but that's well and taken care of. Plus, I feel refreshed and ready to put my back into making rem. So I present below the lavishly chosen list of materials. Greater skeleton bones. These bones are harder, glossier, whiter, and tighter than the stuff from even a skeleton trooper unit chief. I don't know what sort of high-level skeleton these are from, but they're awesome. Bones of different monsters. A selection of bones that Rando-san picked out for me. They seem okay, but I don't sense anything special from them. Intuition Pharmacy doesn't react either. I'm still using them, on the off chance that they do manifest an effect. Basilisk bones. Bones left over from the melted remains of the basilisk after the epic battle vs me and Rem. It's technically boss monster parts, so I'm using them. Charred Goliath meat. Sure, Tendokuin beat this guy with one swing, but even Higuchi was afraid of it, so I thought that its flesh, even if it's well done, might hold some hidden potential. I swiped some in a cloth before we walked out of there. Scales of salamander. This salamander is probably the most powerful monster I know about, and accordingly, its scales should become the most potent ingredient. I can't think of a reason not to use these. Fingers crossed for fire resistance. Armor bear's armor. How come there's always an armor bear? I seriously don't need it to become my recurring worst enemy, but I'll admit that this shell will make for the best defense. Night Mantis Scythe. Rem used this very efficiently versus the basilisk. Since I have one, might as well use it. Gore Skin. Mei-chan beat some of these at one point, but skinning was a bit difficult, so we had only collected their cores. Their skin isn't as tough as armor bear armor, but they've got a decent defense rating. I know that they're at least tougher than Pawn and Carapace. Bishop Bee's Stinger. Another member of the chess piece, insect family of monsters, one which I didn't encounter in the insect cave. It's probably going to be less effective than a mantis scythe, but it could make for an alright sub-weapon. Rook Spider's Giant Claws. This thing was supposed to be the zone boss, I guess. Its parts are armor bear quality, especially this claw from its leg tip. I can't say if it'll become a weapon or defensive gear, but it's worth trying out. Great Boar's Hooves. Really big and heavy these. If they go under Rem's feet, they'd make for devastating kicking attacks. White Velvety Fur. Another Rando-san recommendation. She was describing them with jargon like cashmere and whatnot, but basically, it's very good fur. It's smooth, soft, and feels amazing on my hand. As for what monster it's from, no clue. Large curved horns. Another one of Rando-san's top picks. A big and very shiny pair of horns that wouldn't look out of place as niche room decor. Monster unknown. Pointy fangs. Sharp and pointy fangs from a variety of monsters. Sharp claws. Same as above, sharp and pointy claws from a variety of monsters. Those are all the monster parts. I'll also be using my blood and semen, pieces of mandragora and finally, core fragments. Additionally, since Rando-san is a geomancer, I'm having her create earth using magic and using that as a base. The idea is that magic earth will have more mana infused in it as compared to earth dug up from the ground. And with all that done, it's now, finally, time to get Rem back on the team. Oh wow, that's something, said Rando-san, her choice of words leaving me wondering if she meant it positively, or if she's super creeped out. I've got a lot of parts to use this time, so my hexagram is accordingly large to accommodate. And with how I'm doing this smack dab in the middle of the square, the glamourettes sitting beside Tendokuin have also been curiously glancing this way, though not going so far as to bother me. Tendokuin himself was in the middle of some serious contemplation, trying to decide whether he should have another cigarette or not. He took one out of the box, only to put it back inside, and had been repeating the action with a grim expression. Alright, enough about the peanut gallery, let's make some curses. Rise from chaos, bind in foul blood, stand on stained earth. Vile mud doll. Oof, it's really sucking the mana out of me. If I tried something like this a few weeks ago, I might have instantly collapsed from mana deficiency. I guess this is to be expected from so many high-quality parts. Crap, I'm feeling really faint. But, so, close. Done, yes. Once the hexagram was completely submerged within the swirls of chaos, Rem emerged from within. Looks good. Phew, welcome back to this side, Rem. Ga. Gigi. Guge. Goo. Ooh, that's great Rem, you're saying something other that GAs now. Seeing Rem raising a battle cry while standing imposingly in the middle of the magic circle with the chaos now gone, I was impressed, despite myself. I even had a bit of sand in my eyes, but I made sure to fully inspect Rem's new glorious body. On top of the, as expected, black skeleton base body, she has a set of tough shell armor that looks more polished than ever before. Her face, that is, her skull is visible from the front with the head shielded with a helm, dark grey like armor-bear armor, with those shiny curved horns decorating both sides, which made her look like a commander-class monster. The rest of her black armor is just as impressive. It covers every inch of her base body with a mix of armor-bear armor and gore skin. The full plate armor also has the red dragon scales sticking out of its breastplate, in addition to the white velvety fur circling the collar. It looks sleek, yet trendy. Gotta hand it to Rando-san. And let's not forget functionality. Rem's right arm is fitted with a mantis blade, while the Bishop Bee's stinger is hidden in her left palm. And on her back, they might just serve like extra arms. There are those super sharp rook spider claws, 2 of them, sticking out like spears. Finally, she has spikes coming out of her feet and tough hooves growing from under. Wow. It's like Rem got a ton of improvements all at once. I can't wait to see how she does in battle. Yeah, Momokawa, called Rando-san with a neutral expression, a complete contrast from me who's been feeling way too much excitement than I knew what to do with. It's not very cute. I mean, she's technically a tool for battle, so I wanted to say in defense, but I only said, okay. Chapter 94, Sewer Zone. I, along with the newly reborn Rem, worked up a little bit of courage again and went up to Tendokuin who, as usual, had the glamourette stuck to him, and gave them the basic rundown on my powers. I explained that Rem is my familiar and not a monster, even though she looks a lot like one, and I also let them know about pain return which may hurt them if I happen to get hit by friendly fire. The 3 of them didn't really give a damn. In fact, I could say they were hardly even listening to me, but as long as they keep the gist of it in mind, I should be fine. I don't think I can or need to arrange it so that I fight alongside them as a team. With that awkward monologue over with, I passed the rest of the time chatting about random things with Rando-san and getting a nap. And now, it's time to head out of the square. Hey, is it just me, or does this place smell nasty? It really does. I mean, the whole place reminds me of underground sewer tunnels. Bleh, spat Rando-san, not at all fond of the scenery, which was an opinion I can only agree with. This zone has this constant stink of stagnating wastewater. It's not so bad that we can't breathe, so we've been making progress at least. Like I said to Rando-san, this place really is like a network of sewer tunnels. The passages are all stone, as usual, but the floor has channel occupied by smelly sewage water with narrow walkways on both sides. I did not want to risk slipping into that gunk, so I stuck of the wall as much as possible. We're all walking in a line, by the way. Going from the front, we have Tendo-kun, then Julie and Marie, followed by Rando-san, then me, and finally, Rem. Other than the occasional blare from Rando-san, all of us were marching quietly, the only sound to enter our ears being that of our many footfalls on the stone floor. It was a peaceful trek across the Gyoaaa. The black sewage undulated, followed by a shrieking something leaping out of it. Piss off. That was Tendo-kun. Before I could even see what that sewage monster even looked like, he had chopped it in half, returning it to the water from whence it came. The dark sewage was slowly dyed maroon at one spot. And as if nothing major had happened, we resumed our march. I'd normally make a fuss about it, but this same series of events had repeated many times since we headed out of the ferry square, and I frankly couldn't care anymore. The identity of these suddenly attacking somethings are a sort of fish-human creature, a sahuagin, if you will. They have a face like a fish and a frog had a baby, blue scales all over their bodies that change color to white at their chest. These humanoid monsters have 5-digit hands and feet that are joined by a membrane to aid in swimming. They also have a small fin on their back and no tail. I guess they're like gomas, fish edition. Their real name, according to the notebook mail, seems to be Gyrogoma, so they are technically classified as a subspecies of goma. Anyway, these Jiras apparently occupy this sewer zone and have been sneaking up on us along the sewage channel for a while now. And by us, I really mean Tendo-kun, who's had no problem with them at all. Gyoa. TSK. Tendo-kun clicked in annoyance as he delivered a powerful kick to the fish-faced attacker's white stomach. He probably found it a pain to pull out his sword so many times, but sent the Gyra crashing back into the water regardless. The splash of sewage subsided, revealing the dead creature bent into an L shape, slowly flowing away downstream. Tendo-kun is so OP. I bet he could easily handle an army of these Jiras no problem. If I was that strong, I might have taken this dungeon survival as a fun, extended field trip. What I'm trying to say is that I'm mad jelly. For him, these fish faces aren't even worth drawing his sword, while I'd have to be on full guard just facing one of them. Gyoa. Gaigyu. We'd come out into a slightly wide part of the tunnels, and there we encountered multiple Jiras. Up until now, we only had single attackers and Tendo-kun finished them off instantly, so we hadn't been held up anywhere. However, now, they had, I guess, gotten smart enough for basic strategy, as they came in a group, and from both directions. Fufun, how about you let 2 of us handle these? Sounds good to me. The Jiras in front of us number 5, which the Glamorettes opted to take on. Do what you want, said Tendo-kun, moving aside with his arms crossed. Guess he decided to let them handle it. There are still some Jiras behind me, by the way. Will you be ignoring them? Okay, never mind. Whoa, you. Those faces, they're seriously giving me the creeps. Nope, Rando-san was panicking, but let's ignore that. I'll try my hand at these Jiras too. I've been wanting to test out the new and improved Rem's strength, and this is as good an opportunity as any. It also helps that we only have 2 of them to deal with, and while I am taking this seriously, I'd say our chances of winning are guaranteed. Rando-san, I called behind me, you stay at the back. Let's go, Rem. Gagagu. Ready for action, master, Rem seemed to say as she charged toward the Gyra duo. She was faster and deadlier looking than any Rem before. I wouldn't expect less from all those lavish parts one used. She reminded me of Mei-chan with the way she bolted fearlessly into the enemy, whipping out her mantis blade attachment. Yugyu, wailed the Gyra as Rem mercilessly cut it down. The fish face was also holding a weapon, a single-edged sword like a scimitar, but the monster could neither use it to defend, nor could it dodge Rem's swift and accurate slash. It was defeated easily without any chance or means of resistance. You're not getting away. Black hair bind. As the closer one of the 2 was taken care of in a flash, the one behind it got cold feet and attempted to dive back into the sewage to make a quick getaway. I wasn't going to allow that, of course. Gaio Gaio. Fishbee was shocked. Its leg was suddenly caught in these black tentacles. Next came Rem, swinging down her arm blade down on its head. Alas, Fishbee was now fish fillet. More Juras came, and Rem took full advantage of them by testing out all her new apparel. She plunged her palm stinger inside the next one's face, and she used her second set of arms, the rook spider's claws on her back, to open up some ventilation holes inside the gyra after that. I let my mad dog Rem have all the kills while I held down the guinea pigs, Juras, with black hair bind. Yep, this is exactly how a shaman rolls. Don't go expecting any brute strength from me, cause you'd only be disappointed. Anyway, Rem made very quick work of all the Juras that came from behind us. Holy Momokawa, that was frickin' awesome. Oh shucks, appreciate the compliment, Rando-san. But Rem's the one who did all the muscle work. So please don't expect that sort of melee from me, Kater checks. Alright, good job Rem, now Ah. Suddenly, Rando-san was hugging me from behind. Ahaha, she laughed, if you're this strong, then I know I'm in good hands back here. Holy crap, she smells so good. Wait, no, is this softness on top of my head what I think it is? No, look, Rando-san, I really think you should learn to fight a little too, you know? Come on, I'm really not a fighter at all, just look at me. Nope. I am not falling for that honey trap. The last thing I need is becoming a bumbling white knight. Just now, I only managed to give her a sane response because she had ended the hug. If she'd asked B again while burying my head within those bountiful breasts, I would have lost every shred of resistance, even agree to gladly give my life away for her. How truly fearsome. Such is the power of boobies. Well, neither am I. But I still had to manage somehow. You can too. No way. Hey look, I think they're all done over there. Let's catch up. Wait, that fast? No, hey, wait for me. Our fighters up front had finished dealing with their share of the Juras and were already on their way. The two of us are practically dead if by chance we get left behind in this stink zone, so while I grumbled to myself how they're kind of being dicks, I, along with Rando-san, quickly ran to catch up. I happened to catch a glance of their handiwork as I went after them. 5 gyras lay dead on the floor, some of them with gaping wounds while others with their neck or heart, weak points, accurately stabbed through. Looks like Julie and Marie are actually a decent warrior and knight. Juras, though I compared them to Gomas, are actually a lot bigger than the kid-sized black devils. They're as tall as an adult man and have toned, packed muscles under those blue scales, perhaps due to all their swimming. The fact that those glamourettes, tall and slim girls who look like they belong in fashion magazines, could best these aquatic monsters with ease just goes to prove again that looks can be deceiving in this world. These battle-oriented callings not only grant powerful skills, but greatly increases the growth rate of stats such as strength or dexterity. It's something that gives them a big advantage over someone like me in terms of not only fighting, but continuing the long and harsh survival life. I think that, in the long run, increasing these basic stats are what gives you the edge. I can't check them, but I hope I'm at least gaining on some stats useful to shamans, but if not, you know what? This is too depressing, so let's change topic. Hey, by the way, Rando-san? What's up? Don't you have any weapons? What? No, weapons are dangerous. Isn't it more dangerous not having one? Seriously, we're in a dungeon for crying out loud. Plus, I'm pretty sure she isn't an expert in hand-to-hand combat either. I mean like, I couldn't even swing around a sword even if I had one. I get what you mean, but look, I at least have this spear on me. It's better to carry at least a knife even if you have a mage class. Just think of it as a good luck charm. If I were to fight a single Goma barehanded and without using mana, I'd definitely get fucked. But if I at least had a knife, I might just pull off a win. Admittedly, us magic types, who pale in comparison to fighter callings in terms of raw strength, can't actually win in a physical fight with most monsters even with weapons allowed, but having one is still better than not. Case in point, I've had to use my spear quite a few times in order to get out of a hairy situation. I definitely didn't regret having it in that zombie rush. Oh right, here's a list of things Rem and I have equipped. Iron Spear. I didn't get to use this at all versus Higuchi, but it's a spear dropped from a skeleton trooper unit. I have it equipped. Masaru's long sword. A sword originally belonging to Masaru. It's somewhat better than an average iron sword and I have Rem using it. Red knife. Magic weapon. Very important. I can still picture the feeling of finishing off Higuchi with this thing. Higuchi's butterfly knife. A mechanical knife that Higuchi wanted me to pass on to Nagai-san. It looks cheap, but it's surprisingly useful. A lot sharper than your average knife. I suspect it might have some kind of enchantment, or perhaps it could be possessed by Higuchi's dying grudges. Quality over quantity. I've kept only these as they were the best we had. In other words, we shouldn't have to collect any weapon drops for a while. Though if I had the chance, I'd want Rem to also have a spear. Oh wait, one of those Jiraiya had one. Damn, I lost my chance to collect it with Tendokuin being in so much of a hurry. Gugaga called Rem, as if to answer my prayer, for in her hands was that very same spear. Oh, you picked this up. Gah. Good girl. Wait, does this mean Rem's intelligence has leveled up too? This sort of thing happened in the basilisk fight too. Rem started making decisions on her own without any input from me. So her thinking a weapon might be useful and picking it up is a good sign. Really, I'm always proud to see you grow. Gagago. Rem clacked her jaw bones in a show of happiness from being praised. My little Rem's grown up so much, it's touching. Ah, Momokawa, Rando-san asked doubtfully, do you understand what those gargas mean? Nah, I'm just playing along. Gotcha. It's the feeling that matters, Rando-san. Think of it like talking to your pet dog. Still, with her rate of growth, there just might come a day when Rem actually starts talking. I'm kind of worried she'll start complaining that I'm working her too hard. Having a few not-so-positive premonitions, I marched along the dark sewage walkway. Chapter 95, Julia and Maria. Our day's journey through the sewer tunnels ended at a wide wetlands, not unlike that of the basilisk's home turf. This place, however, didn't have that signature purple earth, and the water wasn't that turbid either, so it had the atmosphere of a normal swamp. The many pools of water must have been nesting areas for the Jiraiya as a crowd of them leaped up from the swamp waters to face us. They were probably confident about their home ground advantage, as they showed no hesitation to charge at us, stomping their wet, webbed feet on the muddy earth. Had I still been solo, now would have been the perfect time to bid adios and get my ass out of here, but Tendokuin's here, so I can simply stand back and watch. With each swing of his dragon sword, Tendokuin roasted scores of the fish faces as they came, while the rest of us walked past the piles of Jiraiya corpses that gave off the smell of barbecued fish. We're stopping here for tonight, Tendokuin announced. Soon after, we'd come across a fairy square within the swamp area. This stone building that stood like a small temple in the middle of the chaos seemed to be better built than the one I'd made my base in before my fight with the basilisk. You lot stay here. I'm gonna go check the area, he said, to which the Glamorettes responded by happily volunteering to accompany him, but that means you too. Make the food or something. Having none of their pestering, Tendokuin left us here to survey the outside alone. Who knows, maybe he got a new skill after beating the Jiras and wanted to go test it out. I didn't see him eating one though. Well, whatever. I've already determined that trying to needlessly pry into Tendokuin's business is an instant death flag. I wanted to have more info, but risking my life on it is putting the cart before the horse. Shinjei yawned. Rando-san, I'm exhausted. I think I kind of stink too. She made one of her usual lazy complaints and plumped herself down on the clean, fairy square grass, sitting with her legs spread out. That angle is disastrous for my eyes. You think we should wipe down? Tendokuin isn't here right now, so yeah, sure. And the Glamorettes seem to have the same opinion as Rando-san. We spent all day walking in foul-smelling sewer tunnels, so of course our bodies reek. I wanted to take a bath as soon as I can. Rando-san, I'll be outside while you wash up. Just call me when you're done. Careful not to peek. Yeah, no kidding. Nonomiya-san and Yoshizaki-san would literally snap my neck if I did. I don't want to die for pulling a prank, thank you very much. Sorry. Rando-san didn't know how to react when I suddenly got all serious. Naturally, I would have laughed it off with her were we still in Japan, but here, there is potential for literally deadly consequences. I absolutely refuse to let myself fall in the same kind of trap as when I was caught by Kenzuki Asuna. Granted, that was different, with her seeing me getting myself off, but if the situation was reversed and I were caught peeking while the girls were washing, she might have killed me then and there. Such is the folly of the strong. They could kill for the measliest of accidents. And I, being on the side of the weak, am also on the side that screws it up someday and gets killed for it. Alright, then I'll head out now. Thanks, sorry again, Momokawa. Just try to be careful about this sort of thing, alright? I said my parting words, trying to play it cool, but honestly, what I wouldn't give to get a look. Who cares about the glamourettes? I want to burn the picture of Rando-san's tantalizing nudity into these eyes of mine. That chocolate-tanned, deliciously plump body exudes a charm totally different from that of Mei-chan. Come on, Rem, can't we do something like sight sharing and find a loophole in this thing? I mentally schemed with all the brainpower I could muster. I mean, being alive is important and all, but I still have needs. In short, I opted to impatiently complete the painful wait outside without incident. I sighed, guess I'll pick some herbs. Rather than thinking with my dick, I should spend the time productively and take a walk around the area, of course, not straying more than a few meters away from the fairy square. The outside had only low shrubbery and trees were also sparse, meaning that I would notice immediately if a band of Jiras approached. Still, no harm in being too careful, so I had Rem act as my bodyguard while I sifted my way through the local bush flora. I'd made a big find. A snake. In between the bushes, I came face to face with a snake, not a monster, but purely animalia. It hissed at me with its forked tongue out. A snake, something that Mei-chan had once beheaded, skinned and broiled into a delicious meal. That snake. Black hair bind. Not one to let this chance go, I immediately captured it in tentacles. This is meat, one of the few actually edible meats in this dungeon. And it's not getting away from me. Rem. Gaga. The snake struggled fiercely once it noticed that its whole body had been wrapped in black hair bind. Though not for long, as Rem promptly used her mantis blade and relieved it of its head. Nice, good job, I praised. Think you can skin it for me too? Gaga, done, Rem seemed to say, grabbing the snake by its headless neck and ripping off the skin with one smooth motion. Rem, you're so amazing. She did it just like Mei-chan had done once. We have meat, meat, I cheered. The snake was left hung on a nearby tree to drain the blood. All right, Rem, time for a snake hunt. Gaga. But keep your guard up. The smell of blood might attract Jiras or other monsters. Guga. And so, until Rando-san, fresh after her bath with sexy wet hair, called me to return, I focused my entire being on getting more snake meat. Luckily, we didn't attract any unwanted monsters either. In summary, we hunted for. Tonight, we feast. No, Rando-san reacted, like, seriously Momokawa, that's just, no. Rando-san, I thought you could cook. Well, I can, but that's a snake, dude. Such was the state of affairs when I proudly showed off the fruits of my hunt. It was a reaction similar to a cat bringing a mouse between its teeth to show its owner. Come on, I promise this tastes really good. You won't regret it. I mean like, I kinda do want some meat. Right, now that I've convinced Rando-san to challenge snake meat and left the cooking to her. With Tendoku-an not here, I finally have a chance to talk to the glamourettes. And if Rando-san gives up, I guess I can try my hand at it. I mean, we're just putting it over a fire. Cutting up some meat couldn't be that hard, right? Could I have a talk with you too? Look Momokawa, we don't want to talk to you. Harsh. The old me would have been so hurt by such a cold refusal that I'd cry in my bed for 3 days straight. But, so you think words can put a dent on my HP? Fat chance. I'll have you know, I'm a guy who was seen fapping by a girl my age, and subsequently beaten up by her too. A response like this is but a gentle breeze by comparison. I think, I said, it's better if we try to work together. I wanted to talk so we can help each other out better. How about no? You're not even that strong, are you Momokawa? How are you gonna do anything? Sure, I'll admit that I'm not even strong enough to protect myself, but I can make medicine. The two girls snorted. They didn't look all that interested. Which is why I have the upper hand. The reason being, if they'd gotten some from Tendo-kun, they'd say they already have medicine. Actually, Tendo-kun already found out how to get the ingredients and make one of my healing ointments. Didn't he give some to you too? And after a silence, no. Marie? Me neither. Of course he hasn't. Tendo-kun neither looks nor acts the type that would share his personally made medicine to his unwanted flockers from sheer goodness of heart. I'll be frank, Tendo-kun probably has as much interest in Nonomiya Julia and Yoshizaki Maria as he does in me, none. And there's no point in accusing him about it either. For all I know, Tendo-kun might be in possession of one of the most powerful callings in our whole class. He won't give one shit, and will do whatever he damn well pleases. Might always makes right in the dungeon. My medicine isn't as good as a potion, but it works better than the clovers, and I can make a lot of it. You two have to fight monsters in close quarters, so wouldn't you rather have some on you if you could? Sure, I guess. Yeah, we might need some. Hook, line, and sinker. It had been an instant and complete defeat on my end when I had this conversation with Tendo-kun, but this is how my negotiation is supposed to go, with them understanding the true value of my healing meds. That being said, I do value my medicine very much, and making it isn't anything as simple as using magic either. I have to collect all the ingredients by hand, and there's a limited supply of that. What I'm saying is, I can't just give it to anyone. What, so you're not giving us any, is that it? Be a douche somewhere else, Momokawa. I'm saying, I let them know clearly, that I've never really talked to you Nonomiya-san, or you, Yoshizaka-san. I don't exactly know you two very well. Are they friend or foe? That's the main question. So long as we have that indirect threat that only 3 of us will be allowed out of the dungeon, I can't trust anyone just because they were classmates. Frankly, I've had classmates attack me before. But if you're truly willing to cooperate, as in fight with me and not against me, then I'd gladly hand over medicine when you need it, and it's not much, but I can also support you in battle using my curses. I mean, curses, I don't know. I can risk it for the medicine. Good, very good. They still have doubts, but I can tell that they want the meds. I'm not saying let's be friends, but I want to at least have some degree of communication among fellow party members. Dude, you gotta at least try to be friends. See, this is why you don't get any girls, Momokawa. OOF, that stung. So that's it, huh? All the girls know that I'm just a pansy. Okay, yeah, I knew that already, but having it point out to me in my face is just cruel. Shit, not again. I thought I already lost the ability to feel the hurt from words, but the pain, it burns. Okay then, let's start with being friends. With you? Like, you're not my type, sorry. Wait, how come you're saying it like you just turned me down? I mean, come on, it took a lot of courage to say that, and this is what I get. Damn it, these girls they're just evil. Ahaha, you make some great reactions, Momokawa. So true. Don't worry, some girls like that too. Please, don't. I'm not the type that likes being teased around, okay? Still, these two breaking down my meager willpower and laughing at my expense might have actually lowered some of the walls between us. Which is great for me. And it's not like I'm going to cry over some light teasing. In fact, I think we might just get along. So Momokawa, how are we supposed to do this co-op thing anyway? Yeah, I mean like, we're pretty much fine staying the way we are, right? You mean, because Tendo-kun can beat anything? That's right, he's so frickin' badass. Totes. He's the best. I'd have to agree. I don't see Tendo-kun ever losing to any dungeon monster. Sure, the monsters get stronger the deeper we get, but by my estimate, he has the potential to grow strong enough to easily match that. And that very well may be the reason why we can't rely on him alone. But I can't say that to these two and expect them to understand. I'm sure that they also had it rough before joining up with Tendo-kun. Not to mention they had to carry a dead weight like Rando-san. And then, suddenly they gained an ally who put them at ease from their frustrations with his unbelievable power. I can't go around making statements like I doubt Tendo-kun when they're so infatuated with him. That could break down negotiations instantly. I wanted to ask, how do you two really feel about Tendo-kun? I like him, what else? Yeah, I'd be crazy not to fall for him. Both of them professed their attraction toward Tendo-kun without a shred of hesitation. I see. They must be pretty serious about it then. Fighting to survive every day in this harsh environment, they saw the appeal of a truly strong man, and went for it. I get that, but I don't really see him being interested in either of you, honestly. Hey. The fuck? Please hear me out. In no way am I saying that you two aren't attractive. I'm saying that Tendo-kun seems to be like that with everyone, not just you two. And I'm not saying he's arrogant or egocentric, but more, let's see. He's the type that only sees value in people he approves of, or at least, that's how I see it. I don't think I'm an excellent judge of character. I'm a shaman after all, not a fortune teller. I haven't met all the walks of people, nor do I boast of long and rich life experience. But even to me, Tendo-kun just feels like that sort of human being. In a way, you could say he's easy to understand. Yeah, I guess. He does kind of give off that feel. The two of them know this. They've been trying every trick in the book to get him to look their way, but alas, Tendo-kun still treats them like nameless NPCs. And as girls who are more in tune with the workings of the heart, they had to have noticed already. I'm sure that his unyielding apathy toward them is what's been hurting them the most. To be honest, I said, I'm scared that one day Tendo-kun will just tell me to leave. He could say it's because I'm holding him back, so I can't come with him anymore. He could decide it just like that. And I'm likely at the top of the list when he does decide to do so. He already has what was supposed to be my trump card, my meds, so I hold very little value to him right now. Come on, even Tendo-kun wouldn't do that, I think. Nonomiya-san, Yoshizaka-san, you're both clearly strong. But Tendo-kun is still leagues above you. If there's ever a time when you face a boss monster you can't measure up to, Tendo-kun will just fight it alone, without you. Because why did he have to care about people who couldn't keep up? He would walk his own path regardless. At least, that's the feeling you get from looking at his broad back. I don't know when Tendo-kun might just up and leave on his own. I summarized. And that's why I can't rely on him for everything. If he does end up leaving, I want to be at least strong enough to defend myself. The two look like they were deep in thought. Of course, it's not even a matter of thinking about it. They're obviously going to be concerned, more concerned than me even, on the idea that Tendo-kun might leave them one day. Anyway, let's not be so pessimistic. I'm just saying we should try to get along. Sigh, yeah, I guess you're right. We don't really want any drama either, so yeah. There we go. Now they've agreed to cooperate. Now's the hard part. Great. Then first, I'd like to ask you two a favor. Go on. And be reasonable. They might refuse this one. But this is the starting line. We need to get past it before we're actually running. I screwed up my courage and made my request. Please make up with Rando-san. Chapter 96. The Power of a Geomancer 1. Tendo-kun returned as casually as he'd gone, as if drawn in by the smell of sizzling meat. What's going on? He asked. Hey, you're back, Tendo-kun. We're cooking meat, have some. He was welcomed in by the Glamorettes, whose lines were so sickly sweet, I could almost see heart marks at the end. That being said, now that they'd become allies, I didn't so much cringe at the scene as look at it warmly. Meat from what? Tendo-kun turned his sharp, somewhat suspicious eyes from me to the stick of slightly large lumps of medium rare meat in my hand alternatively. I didn't mind at all. He was born with those eyes, so him just looking normally makes him seem intimidating. Getting needlessly scared would be rude. Snake meat. I caught some from around here. I'm sure you can see that they're fine to eat. Right. We only had salt, but it's pretty good if you eat it hot. Thanks, I'll have some. Tendo-kun rested his laurels in a gap between our circle around the fire. Tendo-kun, have this one. This big one's just for you. Ah, thanks. Even Tendo-kun couldn't resist the allure of meat after so long as he gladly took and bit down on the stick the Glamorettes had prepared for him. It's great. he commented. Glad you like it. Today is the first time the 5 of us all sat down together for a meal. Sure, we still had some kinks to work out, but if you saw a picture of us, you'd surely see party members enjoying food together. So, now that I've fished in Tendo-kun with the allure of meat, let's get down to business. Tendo-kun, I need to ask a favor. I've got no more monster parts. I don't need any more either. No, this is about something else. Go on. I want to have Rando-san train her geomancer calling. It won't take too long, so I was hoping we make base here during that time. After having observed Rando-san on our way here, I felt a great need to nurture her powers. She's all but given up on her calling, saying it's too weak, and even now, she's no stronger than she was when she came to this world. Even if her starter skills are shit tier, any new skill she gains might be cheat tier, who knows? There's no loss in trying, is what I'm trying to say. There's always the risk that we might end up in a zone devoid of mobs like Goma or skeletons and chock full of high-level monsters. So before they disappear on us, we ought to use them to level up and up. What's worse is that she's way behind compared to everyone else in the party. Yes, even including me. She's probably not gained a single experience point. In other words, she's been at level 1 all this time. If she doesn't get more useful fast, and I mean ASAP, there might come a time when protecting her would be the least of our worries. Once that happens, things like friendship or camaraderie won't mean shit. I know this sounds cold, but this is so we can avoid a worst-case scenario. That's right, like those girls who had voted not to use their resources to heal Mei-chan, and left her to die alone. That's something I don't want happening to Rando-san. Can you do it? Tendo-kun asked. Yes. I'll make Rando-san stronger, count on it. I speak from personal experience. Though barely, I did in fact manage to beat Higuchi in a straight match. What's more, Rando-san is a geomancer, which is not a support class like Takanasha-san the Sage, but a combat class like Class Rep the Cryomancer. Her powers should let her use her element to strike and kill enemies. Thus, even if her starter skills were a bad roll, she can definitely get better ones through training. Alright, fine. But I'm not waiting more than a few days. That'll work, thanks. Okay, that's the toughest hurdle cleared. Tendo-kun seems like a man of his word type. It's like he has a sense of integrity, or more like, enough pride that is true to himself. And that's all the groundwork done. The next part depends on how hard Rando-san is willing to work for it. Okay Rando-san, are you ready to raise that level? This blows. There was Rando-san making an unpleasant face at the fairy square door. Have fun in your remedial classes, Kyoko. Smiled teasingly one of the glamorettes, Nonomiya-san. So here's the lineup for our Rando-san special level-up course, mini-party. There's me, who made the proposal and am party leader, Rando-san, our star of the show, and Nonomiya-san coming along as a guard. Rem too, of course. Which means that the fairy square will be occupied by Tendo-kun and Yoshizaki-san only. I wish you good luck on your together alone time, Yoshizaki-san. Tendo-kun said that there are only jiras and zombies on the wetlands around here. I announced the objective. Our target will be zombies, since we can't handle jiras if they flock together. Ooh. K. Rando-san didn't seem motivated at all, while Nonomiya-san was in casual picnic mode. It feels useless getting worked up all by myself. But I'm sure Rando-san will get into it too once she has a handle on her powers. Alright, then before we leave, Rando-san, please show me your skills. Oh come on, didn't I tell you like 5 minutes ago? Don't tell me you forgot already, Momokawa. No, I remember them. I just need to see what they'll look like before we... Hey, don't, stop that. I don't know what's gotten Rando-san so annoyed, but she started giving me a nuggie for no reason. I mean, it doesn't hurt, but I'd very much rather have the softer kind of skinship if she's offering. Okay, she needs to stop or else we can't get started. Fine. Here we go. Rando-san lazily raised her arms in front of her to invoke a spell. Terror Shield. Right as she finished her chant, the ground in front of her let out a deep rumble, slightly shook, and then, out rose a rectangular block of earth like garage shutters that had been reversed to come out of the floor. Taking all of 10 seconds, Rando-san now had her terror or stone shield measuring in at 2 meters tall, 1 meter long and with a thickness of 30 centimeters. Wait, that's not stone, I retorted flamboyantly, to which Rando-san gave an annoyed. We don't talk about that. I mean, with a name like that, I feel scammed. Every way I look or touch it, this thing's all earth. But it's quite sturdy if you ask me. Isn't this good for blocking attacks? I guess. Rando-san shrugged indifferently. But it's strange. It looks like it'd make good defense, so why doesn't she use it? Think about it, Momokawa. If I take that long to put up the wall, even a Goma can just go around. Oh. Good point. Enemies don't wait around when you're trying to kill each other. Even Gomas, one of the weakest monsters, move with the same agility as a normal human. So if the only thing blocking their path is a 2-meter wall rising at a rate of 20 centimeters per second, they can find any number of ways to go around. She'd be too late to start casting once they're up close. Wait, hold on a minute, are all your spells like Terra Chris Sagitta? This time, it wasn't a scam, and a large spear made of actual stone is what Rando-san had created. I say spear, because it isn't at all like how you'd imagine a spear, as in with a sharpened head and body that's easy to hold. It has the shape of a circular cone, sharp on top and having the girth of a human torso, rising out of the ground at a painfully slow 20 centimeters per second. Half a minute passed, and we had ourselves a 3-meter stone cone reaching up toward heaven. I asked, does this one always point up? I can do it at an angle if you want, said Rando-san, to my great relief. It'd be a pain to make use of what is essentially pointy pillars. I see what you mean now. The speed is a big issue. Seeing is believing, and from what I saw, I can now believe why Rando-san is so reluctant about even trying. Heck, her starter skills might be more useless than my own. No, I'm getting ahead of myself. With Terra Shield and Terra Chris Sagitta, she might have difficulty attacking, but she can definitely use tactics like blocking passages behind her, or even hole up in a fairy square by sealing off all the exits. Alright Rando-san, how's your mana holding up? Holding my what? Mana, it's like an energy source for using magic. Use too many spells and you'll feel really tired from expending too much mana. Worst case, you can pass out too. Wait, seriously? I didn't even know. You just need to make sure not to cast more than you can handle, and you'll be fine. But maybe it's better for her to know the risk by first-hand experience at least once. It's best to know the limits of your abilities. That goes double for Rando-san, who apparently didn't even know the concept of mana until I told her just now. So? I inquired. Feeling tired or anything? Don't know. Then, have you ever tried seeing how many spells you can use? Oh yeah, I did do a bit of practice at the beginning. But then, it just wouldn't get faster, so I stopped. Oh, I remember that, Nonomiya-san chimed in. You went and made a ton of these walls, almost 100, maybe? Wait, I broke in, and you didn't get tired from that? No, I don't think I was. Could it be that Rando-san actually has a massive amount of mana? Or maybe it's that the earth, not stone, wall is just very cost-effective because of the compromise. So, do I use the third one now? Rando-san asked. Of course. I said. You can do it on these too. Here's nothing. Eternity. Similar to Soma Sakura's holy enchant, this magic made the earthen wall and stone spear glow white. A glow which then disappeared instantly, revealing that nothing had changed. In other words, eternity had worked as expected. Objects made using magic have a tendency to disappear after a certain amount of time. This applies to class rep's cryomancy, and my own curses like black hair bind. Being magic, the physical manifestation of spells is constructed using mana, and once the spell has completed its task, the mana disperses, meaning that nothing is making up the visual representation, and so it's also gone. Well, that's the gist of it. In comes eternity, a spell that can transform things created in mana into the real thing. That means, if we left these very solid-looking wall and spear alone, soon enough, they would have disappeared into nothing without leaving a trace. Casting eternity on them, on the other hand, makes them last forever. That is, until someone intentionally destroys them or until they erode away in time. For these are now a real wall made of hardened earth, and a real spear made with a large stone chiseled to a cone. The more I think about it, the more mysterious it seems. And, at least in my opinion, this is a very promising spell. Although, if I was asked whether we could use it in battle, not gonna be very useful in a skirmish, but I can probably think up a lot of other uses. She doesn't even get tired after spamming 100 walls, so there's the option of having her take her time to make huge ones. Add in some Terra Chrysagitas and sprinkle some Eternity on top, and she could make a stronghold anywhere she wants. Then again, due to the nature of the dungeon, it's pretty rare to have an enemy come waltzing into your stronghold like that. Okay, let's get going. Next, we're testing these in a real fight. Soon, it'll be the moment of truth. Will Rando-san's geomancy prove useful, or will it just reaffirm her negative convictions? We walked around the wetlands for barely 5 minutes before finding our first batch of targets. Look there, pointed Nonomiya-san, zombies. Hey, can we please not? Rando-san requested. Zombies really make me sick every time. I know what you mean, they reek too. You'll get used to it. Bleh. Rando-san still acted like a high school girl, while Nonomiya-san, who's well into her role as a knight, gave her sage advice. Zombies used to creep me out too with their meat and organs in live display all the time, but after my experience fighting more than enough of them, I got used to it too. There's 4 of them. Nonomiya-san, do you sense any others? Nah, we're good. She might not have the superior sensory prowess of a thief like Higuchi or Natsukawa-san, but as a knight, a fighter class calling, she has the best presence sensing out of any of us here. We're also away from the pools and in a small wood, so there's little chance of Juras suddenly swarming us. What's the plan? Asked Nonomiya-san. I can take 4 zombies easy. We want Rando-san to kill them, right? Right, no shit. Oi, you alright there, Nonomiya-san? Don't tell me you've developed a personality where you feel an itch to hunt down any enemy you see, you don't, right? Momokawa Rando-san called unenthusiastically. What am I doing again? I ignore her and observe how the zombies are moving and what's around them. And I calmly think, okay, Rando-san, make spears diagonally from here to those trees over there. Where again? From here, at this angle. I used my own spear to show her precisely. Can you control the length of a spear? No idea. Try it, then. They need to be around a meter. Picture it like stopping your spell in the middle of doing it. Wow, I did it. Rando-san successfully grew a Terra Chrysagitta as specified. From what I observed with Class Rep and Soma Sakura, the spell can be changed to a degree when the caster wills it into a different size or strength level. I mean, I do that sort of thing like breathing air, which is why I figured Rando-san could do it too. It might be harder to make it bigger, but getting a smaller than average size should be easy. Okay, don't forget to do Eternity on them. As each meter-long spear rose from the ground, Rando-san used Eternity on them, causing brief glows of white. One here too. What's that? One of my curses, black hair bind. I tied up black hair rope between the trees 30 centimeters up from the ground. I think something like Eternity should work on magic from other casters too. Well, did it work? It lit up, so I think it did. Having confirmed so, we are now ready to commence the operation. Now, all we do is lure the zombies into the trap. A very simple trap, I might add. We get the zombies to chase us to this point, at which point, the brainless idiots will definitely trip on the black hair rope and fall. Their landing point, riddled with Rando-san's stone spikes. Zombies are dumb. They'll only chase what's in front of them, so they're gonna fall for it, no doubt. You're sure about this? What if they don't? If not, either Nonomiya-san or Rem can finish them off. Which is why they're here as guards. Plan doesn't work, no problem, we'll just solve it using brute force. This is how you make contingency plans. Nonomiya-san and I will go lure them in now. Rando-san, you stay here. I'll have Rem guard you just in case. Okay, be back quick, alright? Rando-san's voice sounded shaky. Guess she's a bit scared. Alright, let's go. Sure. We ran in the direction of the zombies, spears in hand, mine made of iron while Nonomiya-san's, steel. We'd ran 50 meters away from the trap and saw that the zombies had increased. What was 4 when I first checked had now become 6. Well fine, that's still within the error margin. Howdy there, dumbies, come get some shaman. Over here. We threw a few stones and yelled randomly to get their attention. GHRK, oh. UOA. Seeing live human prey, the pack of zombies made a break for us. As in, they're getting here super fast. The hell, zombies aren't supposed to run that fast. I yelled, kind of in a panic. Zombies here sure are full of life. Nonomiya-san wasn't. Momokawa, run faster, dude. Don't leave me behind, Nonomiya-san. Sheesh, you're a handful. Unlike you with your fighter class body, I still have normal human stat. But I had no time to complain. Yugra. Ha. Their drool spraying everywhere. The zombies were gaining on me. 50 meters, so close but so far. Come on, Momokawa, they're almost behind you, Nonomiya-san said, still casual. Ha. Fuck it. Black hair bind. The leading zombie really had almost caught up to me, and I had to trip its legs. Oh, here I thought we're trying to use the trap. Here I am, trying not to die. I made the wrong call. Should have let Rem handle the running part. While regretting the retrospectively bad decision, I somehow managed to clear the remaining distance. Coming up to the rope trap, I didn't do anything else stupid and went over it. Goal. Nonomiya-san cheered in monotone, having broken not a sweat. Ha. I was exhausted and out of breath. But I can't tap out now. I have to see if the trap actually works. Fucking zombies. Come get some. Goo-ga. Boo. Was the sound of them getting skewered. The spears were completely out in the open, right in front of them. The black rope also clearly stood out between the trees. And yet, zombies who only saw prey missed these details. Jumped into the stone cones all by themselves, just like how I pictured it. What the fuck? Yelled Rando-san. No. What's with this gore? Wow, they're just jumping in, commented Nonomiya-san. The rotten bodies of the zombies lodged themselves into the spears of stone. The spears are somewhat thick, but running into them at full sprint easily opened gaping holes on the dumb zombies. Some of them that were following after another fell into the same spear and became skewered together. And all this while, Rando-san, who got a front row seat, has been yelling use. Oh, gah. The spears were set up haphazardly, so not all the zombies were skewered through. They still had their shoulders or flanks gouged into, but paying no mind to the damage, they still attempted to get to us. Black hair bind. I pinned them to the ground. Rando-san, spears please. Wait, what? They're not moving, so it'll be fine even if your spell is slow. Go for it, Kyoko. Nonomiya-san chimed in. Fine. Terra Chris Sagitta. The stone spears grew out from under their bellies like bamboo shoots, and as they were bound down by me, the zombies had no means of resistance to getting pierced through and dying for good. Chapter 97. The Power of a Geomancer, 2. Rando-san was drained after her first zombie rush, so we're taking a short break. Hey Momokawa, said Rando-san, her face awfully serious. What's up? Maybe she wants to talk to someone about the experience just now. Not many people can get used to blood and gore that quickly. I think I just got a new spell. WHAA. She got a new spell after that Izumo tutorial with dumb zombies. And here I had to do 1v1 a fucking armor bear at level 1 and the only thing I got out of it was black hair bind. No, well, black hair bind is pretty good and all. It's my all-purpose curse at this point. Nice. Congrats, Kyoko said Nonomiya-san. So what's it called? It's a Terra Sagitta. I said, finding it curious. Isn't that supposed to be the most basic one? Class Rep has Ice Sagitta and Soma Sakura has Lux Sagitta, and those were part of their starters, so this Terra version has to be in the same class. So, you gonna try it or what? Said Nonomiya-san. Do I have to? Complained Rando-san. It's gonna be another super slow magic anyway. Come on, just do it. I'm curious now. Fian. And so, Rando-san was pushed into trying out her now spell. She put her arms in front of her, not exactly hyped about it. I was curious too, so I shut up and watched. Terra Sagitta. There was a voomp, then a thump, then after a few snaps and cracks, there was a loud crash. One of the thin trees in front of us suddenly had a hole in the middle of its trunk. Its structure compromised, the tree fell. The series of events happened right in front of my eyes, and I could easily make a guess as to how, but I almost didn't want to believe it. Wow, that was some crazy firepower, Kyoko cheered Nonomiya-san. Wait, I did that. Yes, you. That stone flew super fast. Nonomiya-san, being a knight, has much better dynamic vision than me it seems. I couldn't even see a blur. Now you can finally fight with us too. I can. I can. I actually feel a little scared now. You'll be fine, kill a few zombies, and you'll get used to it in no time. Maybe you're right. Maybe now, I can finally help you guys out a little. It's a basic but effective attack spell. Our party didn't have a mage who could actually attack after all. I'm sure Rando-san will be a bigger help than she thinks. Momokawa, Rando-san said to me, thanks. Yeah, congrats on getting a good spell, Rando-san. I replied, having heard what was probably her genuine gratitude. But it's strange, isn't this kind of weird? Come to think of it, started Nonomiya-san, now that Kyoko can shoot down monsters, aren't you gonna become our weakest guy, Momokawa? I guess so. Right, of course I am. I'm sorry, Rando-san. When I heard that you didn't even get past your starters, I got big-headed about it. Like, finally, there's someone weaker than me. Finally, someone that even I, a weak-ass shaman, can teach the ropes. I'd sort of gotten into a high, and I apologize. Alrighty, I said chippily. Let's go all out with training. Those zombies won't see what's coming to them. Momokawa, don't be too hard on yourself, said Rando-san in a worried face. I'm perfectly fine. Then what's with those tears? Sand in my eyes. Don't worry, Rando-san. I always knew you had potential. I'm happy that you're not dead weight to the party anymore. Come on, you two, onward. I commenced my march, not interested in wasting training time. Geez, I get it. Rando-san followed after me, like she was dealing with a spoiled child. Phut, real mature, Momokawa. While Nonomiya-san held off an obvious chuckle behind us. Nope. I'm not jealous at all. Hey, we're back. You're back. How was it? Kyoko totally killed it. You're kidding. The first round of the Rando-san special level-up course ended with results far surpassing expectations, and we'd returned to the fairy square. Nonomiya-san went straight to Yoshizaki-san, her fellow glamourette who was holding down the fort, and was excitedly reporting on our day. Not joining them? I said to Rando-san. Yeah, nah. I need sleep first. Lots of it. Low on mana. Not that, I'm just feeling a bit out of it from all that fighting. Makes sense. It was your first time in live combat. I'd been periodically making sure all day, but Rando-san never even started to run out of mana no matter how much earth and stone she conjured up. So, understandably, the reason she's so tired has to do with the physical strain on her body from all that walking around in addition to the mental strain that comes with experiencing a long first battle. You look fine, she said to me. Yeah, just a little tired from walking, no big. You were running around more than any of us, so it's surprising. Including that first 50-meter zombie chase, we ran into trouble a few other times too. Things like Jiras suddenly popping out of pools or the number of zombies being more than accounted for. Little things. Yeah, well, I'm used to it. Though I did have a tendency to panic, I was well within a margin of safety for the whole adventure. It'd be great if the difficulty stayed at this level. If possible, I'd like to avoid life and death battles entirely. I seriously don't want another Higuchi battle. Rando-san smiled. You really are strong. I think you're a lot stronger at this point. Not even flattering, I mean it. The moment she got Terra Sagitta, her value as a mage multiplied instantly. After the proverbial level up using the tripwire and spikes trap, we had her keep firing shot after shot of Terra Sagitta. And as a result, similar to Class Rep's Ice Sagitta, Rando-san's stone arrow also became very good at doing its job. Actually, I think in terms of pure DPS, Terra Sagitta might be higher than its ice-based alternative. The arrow created by this spell is similar to Terra Chris Sagitta, a conic stone, while much shorter and more slender too. It's really better described as a rifle shell than an arrow. So anyway, these arrows fly at tremendous, for people like me, who didn't get to have superhuman dynamic range, speeds. Its range and shell size is also mostly regular. It can't shoot like a machine gun, unfortunately. She can shoot once every 5 seconds. But once she gets good at it, I'm sure that interval will become a lot shorter and her accuracy will also improve with time. And best of all, the mana cost is almost nothing. It's sort of OP, if I'm being honest. Rando-san just needs a few seconds to cock her gun, but otherwise she has practically unlimited bullets. Makes you wonder, why in the world did the god of geomancy not include this Terra Sagitta into her starter skill set? She obviously needed the bullet spell earlier than Terra Chris Sagitta, what is essentially a spell for growing bamboo shoots. Is this god actually dumb, or was it just a fuck up? Who knows, maybe tanned gals are just not his type. Anyway, that doesn't really matter anymore since she got Terra Sagitta and can now finally get on her 2 feet as a mage. Momokawa, come here a bit. Sure. Tendo-kun was sitting at the fountain, as usual, contemplating whether he should have another smoke. The Glamorettes were happy for Rando-san and were engaged in talking about the events of the day. And at a corner little away from there, Rando-san and I sat down to talk. I wanted to say thanks. Rando-san began. Didn't you already? For the magic lessons, yeah, but this one's for Julie and Marie. Right. Of course she'd notice. You talked to them about me, didn't you? I did. They weren't exactly hiding the fact that they were avoiding you. I don't know if they'd always been like this and I just didn't notice, but having been in the same party, I could see that something was off. Rando-san, Nonomiya-san, and Yoshizaka-san were always together in the classroom, as friends sharing an interest in gal fashion. Soma Sakura and the harem girls aside, they were the most standout group of girls in our class. And since the time I met them in the dungeon, the other two never once tried to strike up a conversation with Rando-san. This might sound harsh to you, Rando-san, but you were kind of like dead weight for them all this time. They had to have been frustrated having to do all the fighting. I mean, I can sympathize with their plight, but staying like that wasn't good. I wanted to at least have everyone other than Tendo-kun be on friendly terms with each other. If we're not on the same wavelength, I can easily imagine no semblance of teamwork, resulting in disaster at some point down the line. Our targets are the powerful boss monsters that await us at the end of every zone. And aside from those, we also have to fight off swarms of monsters all throughout the journey. It's imperative that we can trust our backs to each other to overcome these arduous ordeals. And that trust isn't earned by shutting up and going with the flow, as I've painfully understood firsthand. Which is why I mustered up the few morsels of communication skill I have and made an attempt to negotiate with the Glamorettes. To lay the groundwork. The relationship between the 3 girls had suffered a wound. But leaving it to fester would only make it worse, up until it's too late. So I, being a neutral third party, took the chance to mediate. I basically begged them to get along again as a favor, but yeah, it's not about that. Well, it's also about that, but that's not the point. She let out a melancholic sigh and said, it's 'cause they both like Tendo. A bit hesitant, I asked, were you and him going out? I just talk to him sometimes. But some girls get jealous of that too. Most of them can't even talk to him normally. That makes sense. Unlike Soma-kun, Tendo-kun clearly isn't the type to get along with anyone and everyone. If he doesn't care about you, you're practically invisible. So were Nonomiya-san and Yoshizaka-san included among those girls? No, they had boyfriends. Julie was dating a guy from 2 to 3 and Marie, I think she was with a college guy. Not surprising considering their looks. It'd be odd if they were single. No, just that they were saying how it'd be crazy not to fall for Tendo-kun. I don't know how serious they were about their old boyfriends, but so long as those BFS aren't part of our class, they're now something of the far past. We're here now, in another world with magic and monsters, separated from Earth at a dimensional level. Personally, I'm fine with either of them going out with Tendo. Maybe all 3 of them can become an item too, who knows. point is, I'm not after Tendo. Then isn't it fine to just tell them to go for it, and that you're rooting for them? Yeah. But it got messy. Since, at the end of the day, I was relying on him too. But isn't that fine? Sure, if Rando-san had tried hard and beat a bunch of mobs, she could have gotten that Terra Sagitta much earlier, but that's speaking from the known conclusion. You can't expect her to have figured out all that and somehow managed to beat monsters and survive with that shitty selection of starters. Not to even mention, she'd be scared out of her wits with practically no way to defend herself, in addition to the anxiety from ending up in a strange and dangerous dungeon one morning. Me and Tendo did at least talk before, Julie and Marie, not at all. So I thought that Tendo would at least protect me too. But just because he did, it didn't mean I'd suddenly start having feelings for him. But I couldn't really leave his side either. Haha, I must sound like a real bitch. Rando-san could have also fallen for Tendo-kun and the three of them would have had to settle it like normal love rivals. But that wasn't the situation, and if she tried to distance herself from Tendo-kun as a show of supporting her friend's love, she risked endangering herself. She'd die if she left, so she maintained the status quo, which inevitably led to the silence between friends. I don't think it's your fault, Rando-san. But I also think you three should have at least talked to each other about it. It's funny how easily they accepted my request. I'm sure they didn't really want to hate Rando-san, but either side couldn't bring it up. Yeah, we messed up. You did. Those two don't hate you, Rando-san. They've been wanting to make up too, I'm sure. Yeah, I get that. But I couldn't do anything by myself. You know, when you joined us, I was secretly kind of glad that there's someone else like me now. Someone that the others don't talk to. Haha, I admit I was getting a bit worried about that. After my deathmatch with Higuchi, I was just done. Completely out of mana, no weapons, no rem, just powerless. I must have looked pretty pathetic to them. Sorry, Momokawa. I'm sorry I kept only thinking about myself, kept staying weak and not even trying to change. I'm sorry I thought we were the same. You're much better than that. Don't beat yourself up over it. I was honestly really happy when you called out to me back there. Not just that, everything today, I couldn't have done any of that. Learning Terra Sagitta, making up with Julie and Marie. It's all thanks to you. That sort of open and sincere gratitude to the face is kind of, no, it's pretty darn embarrassing. I did it in part for myself. But sure, you're very welcome. If Rando-san wants to be honest with me, I'll have to give back an honest response too. I'm not trying to be some kind of tsundere, after all. Foo, I really do appreciate it, you know? In fact, you're looking really charming to me right now. If you really think that, could you please stop stroking my head? Like, are you kidding me? Just when I thought I'd raised a flag with her, I'm suddenly being treated like a kid. This is a whole other level of disappointment. Ahaha, come on, it's fine. Looking at you always reminds me of the little punks, my little brothers, back home. Yeah, drive the point home, will you? Of course, she doesn't see me as the opposite sex. Hihi, it's no wonder. Real men are all looks. I can only begrudge my baby face and pathetic height. Sigh. Whatever, I don't care anymore. Let's turn that frown upside down. Here come the nails. Nga, stop. Half happy, and the other half clearly not getting lucky, Rando-san and I messed around for a while before turning in for the night. Chapter 98, Lurking in the Deep. Today, we're continuing Rando-san's basic training, this time with Yoshizaka-san as the guard. Having convinced Tendo-kun to wait, I was also having both Nonomiya-san and Yoshizaka-san participate in their friends' training, but not for free. Using the circumstances, I had prepared adequate compensation for their cooperation, and that is, the chance to spend alone time with Tendo-kun, perhaps getting lucky enough to make him notice them a little. Both of them are serious about Tendo-kun, and if you like someone, you'd of course want to spend some quality time with them. However, as it stands, they almost always have third-wheelers around, other party members such as me or Rando-san, and most importantly, their mutual greatest love rival. In conclusion, they saw the chance where they could be naturally left alone with Tendo-kun, and they pounced on it. In other words, I'm quietly having Tendokuan be the bait while making the Glamorettes take turns acting as bodyguards only as a pretext so that they can reap their individual rewards. And thus, yesterday we had Nonomiya-san as guard and today, it's Yoshizaka-san's turn. Oh wow, Kyoko, you're actually doing it. Hehe, not some useless deadweight now, am I? Nope, you'll be great help. I'm so sorry I treated you like that. Apology accepted. A quick demonstration of Rando-san's Terra Sagitta, rock bullets that boasted the power of rifle rounds, piercing zombie heads was enough to have Yoshizaka-san also acknowledge her newfound strength. Now finally, I suppose I can safely call the friendship between the Glamorettes and Rando-san rekindled. Let's try shooting some Jiras today, I said. Sure, agreed Rando-san. I bet Kyoko's gonna have a field day with those fish faces. While I always lean on the side of caution, I can't help but agree with Yoshizaka-san's statement of confidence. We spotted Jiras lazing around at the edge of their pools and like an elite sniper, Rando-san Terra Sagitted them efficiently and without issue. Unlike the rotten and consequently softer-bodied zombies, Jiras had their packed in tough muscles with an additional armor of scales, all of which didn't pose any trouble at all, as Rando-san's fast and powerful rounds devastated them regardless. Great. Now let's try to take on a pack of them. Perhaps getting a little ahead of ourselves, I proposed trying to take on a group. We had found a school of 10 Jiras, blissfully unaware of what will soon befall them. And before they snapped out of their stupor and began running toward us in retaliation, we had already culled their numbers by a fair amount. By the time they arrived at the combination of walls and spikes set up as basic defensive measures, they'd been reduced to a mere 4. Considering that they had to deal with Nonomiya-san, who displayed no inadequacy in her warrior capabilities, Rem, who was at last strong enough to be considered a decent match against someone possessing a calling, and lastly, my adept usage of tentacles for delay tactics, the fish face's loss was all but guaranteed. Damn, Kyoko, I didn't think having you would make it this easy. You just need the time, and you could have handled all of them. Sure, but I'm screwed if they get too close. Oh relax, that's where we come in to the rescue. To make sure that Rando-san didn't commit the sad mishap of friendly fire, we forbade her to shoot any Terra Sagitta while any melee fighters were in action. Nonomiya-san is strong enough to handle this level of danger without the need for support magic. Plus, Rando-san is still very much a noob when it comes to live combat. Whether or not she can judge if the vanguard is in danger and act accordingly is up for debate. From what I've been seeing, both Yoshizaka-san and Nonomiya-san can naturally perform the various subtleties of combat such as feints or letting the enemy attack first to create an opening. Having the still green Rando-san hurriedly shoot spells when they're in the fray can be very dangerous. As such, while we take care of stragglers, Rando-san is in charge of having an eye behind us. Although, we haven't had Jiras suddenly calling in reinforcements or attacking in tactical formations as of yet. Their brains must be as bad as those of their Goma counterparts. I guess they drop cores more often than Gomas at least. I of course didn't neglect the gory job of collecting cores. I had Rem do that for me. Sure, I could try to do it myself, but I'm very much lacking in skill when it comes to muscle work. In fact, I'd be needlessly wearing out our knives. Having Rem do it is just more practical. Rem looked similar to Mei-chan with her precise cuts into the Gyra corpses and speedy collection of cores. She also made sure to pick up the better-looking weapons and bring them to me for checking. Honestly, Rem's grown so much not only in her combat prowess, but even in the more subdued daily tasks of dungeon survival. It's a sight to behold. Oh, this spear is pretty nice. Let's give this to Rando-san. I know it doesn't suit a mage, but she should still carry something. I'll have her keep it as good luck. I mean, I'd rather have her carrying a proper mage staff, but it doesn't look like we'll be encountering any treasure boxes in this place. Until either of us get appropriate staffs for our magical uses, Rando-san and I will have to equip a spear as a minimum of self-defense. And I was just about to do so when… Momokawa, what happened? Rando-san suddenly turned to me with a serious expression. Maybe she'll say something along the lines of not wanting to hold something so slimy and disgusting as a Gyra spear. I just learned a new spell. You did. Awesome. Rando-san is getting stronger at blazing speed, and though I'm genuinely happy for her, I'm also extremely jealous. We had Rando-san practice that new spell some and then return to the fairy square before too long. Momokawa, did Rando really get stronger? Was the first thing I heard from Tendo-kun, who had been patiently waiting for me to show results. Yep. Thanks for waiting for us. Now, Rando-san can do the job of a mage pretty well. That's good. Alright, we'll head out once you guys get some rest. Thanks, I'll let everyone know. It had barely been a day, but it was a rich and productive day. Rando-san is now in possession of much more impressive firepower than I could even hope for, and her abilities as a geomancer easily surpassed all expectations. It's things like this that let me have a brighter outlook on our journey into the depths. Time to go, signaled Tendo-kun. Using our 1-hour break, I got all of my things in order, and we were ready to leave the fairy square within the wetlands. Tendo-kun had already surveyed our route, and with him leading, we were headed on a straight path to our destination. The rest of us had also spent a day running around this area, so we knew the lay of the land to a decent degree. Which is how I know that we're on a direct course to the area preceding this one. We passed through a small wood and got to the very center of this wetlands where lay its largest swamp. We had not one encounter along the way, and after arriving here I understood why. Crap, there's a whole army of them. Don't tell me they're ambushing us. There were approximately 100 gyras waiting for us there. They all had some form of weaponry and looked poised to attack at any moment. If we were to keep marching as we are, we'll definitely provoke them into piling on us with those bloodshot, fatty fish eyes. Yeah, this looks pretty bad. Marie? Same. So, do I start shooting? No, you don't, stupid. It's crazy trying to take on that many with just us. I didn't even have to intervene as the Glamorettes chastised their friend's lack of danger awareness in plain language. I'm glad to see them getting along, honestly. But we still need to deal with the main issue. We need to pass through here in order to get to the next part of this zone. But letting Tendo-kun curb stomp so many of them will still take time. And if even half of their numbers get past him and attack us. Tendo-kun, let's withdraw for now and come back with a better plan. Wait. Come back. Tendo-kun acted as if the necessity of my words were completely null and void, walking forward alone like he always does. Gyoa. Gyogyooee. The Gyra army, of course recognizing Tendo-kun as a target of their hostility, wailed in rage. Great, now we have to fight. I determined myself to face whatever would come, and that's when. Out of my way. I seemed to hear Tendo-kun mumble something in irritation, before I saw a huge brightness along with the explosion that caused it. A grand pillar of water rose from the shallows of the large pool where most of the gyras were gathered. Then, there was an even larger pillar of red. A massive explosion. Just the scale of that thing ensured that any gyra around had been met with disaster. As the humongous splash of water rained back down, it carried with it severed arms and legs and other bits of body parts. Teeth, that's fire magic. I muttered as I saw that floating on in front of Tendo-kun's hand was a large, roaring fireball. Its size was larger than that of a basketball, and when he made a slight motion of throwing, the mass of red flew off like a speeding arrow, inevitably causing another massive explosion. Witnessing the sheer magnitude of the magic attack, rather than think it was simple pyromancy, I automatically pictured dragon breath. This has to be the true power possessed by the legendary beast whose red scales Rem now wears at her chest. Gyoaa. AAAA. 2 massive explosions later, the number of gyras didn't seem that much of a big deal anymore. Their strategy of flocking together had resulted in their downfall. Now only a dozen or so of them remain. Even their Gomatir brains could take the hint that they were no match for the monstrous strength of Tendo-kun, and they dove back into the water to flee without any delay. You guys must be tired of fighting the same fishfucks all the time. We don't have time for that. Tendo-kun said with a quick glance back at us, before continuing on his way like nothing had happened. Damn, Tendo-kun looks so hot when he does that. Preach it, girl. The Glamorettes followed after him, all smiles like they'd fallen in love even deeper. Hey, Momokawa? What is it, Rando-san? Is my magic really going to be useful? Sure it is. I affirmed Rando-san, imagining that she might have grown something resembling pride toward her new powers only to have them see no action in an actual fight. My advice for her is to stop comparing herself to Tendo-kun, period. He's the guy who, back home, was in equal terms with Soma Yuto, the hero. The pair were sort of like hero figures for a lot of our classmates too. Tendo-kun's calling is still a mystery to me, but it doesn't lose out to a hero, that's for sure. After that, we went across more sewer tunnels and another small wetlands before the scenery changed. Gradually, the passages had become less sewer-like and more akin to natural caves. Actually, as it is now, it just looks like a cave with a channel of water running through. The rough, untouched walls remind me of the not very swell time I had in the insect cave some time back. Phew, this is it. Tendo-kun said, blowing out a breath. Made us walk so damn long, this better be worth it. The long tunnel ended into a huge underground space. And if we go by Tendo-kun's words, we've made it to our destination, that is, the boss room. This looks like an underground lake, I muttered. It's similar to the rook spider's nest, a giant underground cavity, but this one's much bigger. And in the middle of this expanse lay a circular lake, a body of water so large, it's as if the Loch Ness monster might come out of it. I can't say if it's man-made or naturally formed, but the eerie yet somehow sublime scene made all of us hold our breath in awe. That way. Let's go. Except Tendo-kun, that is. He didn't look at all wary of traps as he walked imposingly toward the lake where our magic compasses were all pointing. Look, Momokawa, pointed Rando-san, there in the middle, that tiny island. It sort of looks like a magic circle. Yeah, I think you're right. Like she just described, smack dab in the middle of the Great Lake, there is a small, circular island. We can't confirm it from here, but it's not hard to imagine that the whole thing is the platform for the zone transfer circle. Actually, didn't the giant frog boss room have a similar setup? And that looks like a lighthouse, kind of. It does. A small tower stood at the center of the island. That has to be part of the dungeon ruins, any way I look at it. The magic circle might actually be inside that tower instead. Then again, I'm probably worrying too much. Transfer circles are never actually hidden, so we'll find it once we get there. Large rocks lay riddled around the perimeter of the lake, and it took us more than 5 minutes to walk around them all and reach the water. There was a path to the island. An aged stone bridge, but it could handle our weight just fine. So, while we had made it to the island without incident. There you are, just as Tendo-kun said that, I heard a crash of water and saw a pillar of it rise from behind the tower, ushering the arrival of a huge something. This creature that rose from the depths was a giant crocodile. Also it seemed at a glance, but it was standing on 2 legs, giving off a vaguely humanoid resemblance, so maybe I should call it a lizard man. This crocodile-based lizard man had a stout body with short limbs that were as thick as logs. Like the Jiras, it also had webbed digits and was clearly an aquatic monster. Well duh, it came out of the lake just now. Whoa, that thing's freaking huge. I don't think we can. Nope, we're no match. The reactions from Nonomiya-san, Yoshizaki-san, and Rando-san spoke volumes of the intimidating size of the croco-lizardman boss. It's more than twice the size of an armor bear, and that's saying something. The thing's a freaking Kiju, alright. The scales covering its massive frame were also plus-sized. The thick, indigo-blue scales shone with a metallic sheen which, honestly, I don't think my rotten bog would have any effect against. I also doubt if Rando-san's Terra Sagittars can break through. You guys can't help with this one, so stay out of the way. I'll take this guy. Roger, will do. I gratefully assented to Tendo-kun counting us out of the fight. This is clearly not something we can handle, and we might even hold him back if we were to try. Worst case, we could get caught in the crossfire and just die. I mean, look at the fucking size of that thing. It could literally bite me in half with room to spare. I've been itching for a good boss fight. Let's see if you have what it takes, Croaky, he said while summoning his red bastard sword, upon which Tendo-kun practically burst toward the boss. He moved incredibly fast, so fast that I couldn't even follow him with my eyes when he was clearly moving in a straight line to the enemy. Gra-a-a-a-a-a. A deep, thundering, guttural roar escaped from the Krark boss jaws as it prepared to battle its much smaller foe. What the? I let out. Another blast occurred right as Tendokuin collided with the Kiju. Did he just use that super explosive fireball at point-blank range? That's suicidal. No wait, maybe he has powers that nullifies fire damage entirely. I had to cover my face from the resulting hot wind, and when I looked back a moment later, both man and monster were out of sight. And just as how the Crocoboss had come, what was left was a rising pillar of water. No way, Tendokuin fell in. Oh no, this is bad, real bad. The Glamorettes were shocked. I felt the same. How is Tendokuin supposed to win against that thing under the freaking water? Humans can't move as well in water as they can on land, that's obvious. He might have a huge sword, but it sure as hell won't let him float. Tendokuin. And I was worried too. I kept staring at the place he should have went under. So you can't go full power out of water, right? Tendokuin was there, standing atop the water's surface. Am I actually seeing this? Am I to believe that there's a skill for water walking? Fine, show me what you're really made of. Saying that, he kicked off the lake's surface and dove in. From here, I could only see a huge shadow under the water. No doubt it's the boss, twisting and turning its body with bizarre dexterity. Okay guys, let's let Tendokuin do that then. He'd gone into the water of his own will, meaning to fight the beast on its home turf. With his range of abilities, underwater battle just might be viable. And I'm sure he has some confidence to win since he's going that far. I can't believe I was actually worried. It's kind of ridiculous at this point. I'm okay with that. Rando-san agreed. Yep, I knew Tendokuin would be fine. Totally, Tendokuin won't lose to some overgrown lizard. And the other two made excuses. At present, Tendokuin and the Crocoboss must be having an epic underwater showdown. I could hear frequent booms happening from under the lake which caused the surface to ripple in waves. Yeah, none of my business. We all agree that it's best to leave that part to Tendokuin, and like he said, we should make ourselves small at a corner so as to not get in the way. And I wanted to do that. I really did. But then I heard GYOO, and GYO, and even GYOAA. Very familiar noises. So familiar as of late, that I'm sick of them. Jiras. I didn't even need to look to know what had appeared. But looking anyway, the blue fishmen had started gathering at the far shores of the lake. And they were everywhere, climbing over the obstructing rocks. They encompassed the full circumference of the lake. Their numbers were massive, far more than the army Tendokuin blasted away earlier. 200, 300, I couldn't even count. Shit, why now? How come there's still so many? Momomokawa, what do we do? This is bad, we're so fucked. Yes, that's right Rando-san. We're fucked. It might seem as if they appeared to help the boss, but the reason doesn't matter. They've set their eyes on us now, and they're much too close for comfort. Rather than despair, we need to think of a means to avoid dying pronto. Oh god, there's even more than last time. This is crazy. Momokawa, figure something out already. You're asking me. First of all, I don't have a clue as to how long Tendokuin's going to take in there. He might insta-kill the Kiju and come save us right away, or he might take his time enjoying the fight to the fullest. And from his parting words, the chances are weighed heavier on the latter. Plus, chances are that since he's underwater, he hasn't even noticed our dire situation on the surface, and I can't expect him to do so anytime soon either. Which basically means that we have to defend ourselves from waves of armed Jiras, at least for a while. We need to get to that tower. We'll hole up in there best we can until Tendokuin comes back. The Jirah horde had already begun their descent upon us, and we ran at full tilt to the tower, our only hope of resistance. Chapter 99, Battle of the Underground Lake Tower I. We have yet to confirm the size of the army of Jiras, even though it was waiting for us along the banks of the lake. The army kept popping out non-stop from the water around our only escape path, around the road and near the bridge. I guess breaking through by force will be impossible. Naturally, we don't have enough manpower to hold back the advance of the Jirah troops either. If we include Rem, there are only 5 of us and there's definitely not enough coverage in the banks of the lake either. Naturally, Our only choice was to run towards the tower and hold the fort there. Close the entrance now. It doesn't have doors. Yuri and Marie, who rushed in the tower ahead of me, were at a loss when they saw the opened gates of the tower. UWAA, we're screwed. WW hat shall we do, Momokawa? Randu-san and I entered a bit later than them and also confirmed the lack of anything resembling an entrance gate. The gates, or whatever was previously used as the shutter, were gone. Not even its broken joints could be found amongst the remnants. This place was wide open without any shutter to seal the entrance. Randu-san, use your mud wall here. That's right. The combo of permanent shape and mud wall was what we needed the most at the moment. Here and here, 2 layers, please. Make it rise upwards but leave a small opening. We're gonna kill anything that enters through there and decrease their numbers. Nonamiya-san, Huzaka-san, please take a look inside the tower. Look for usable weapons or equipment, or a room to hide us. Also, please confirm the condition of the stairs that lead to the rooftop. Understood. Let's go. They left immediately. It wouldn't be a joke if the stairs crumbled. Still, we shouldn't ignore the possibility of climbing to the rooftop, no matter how small a chance it was. Momokawa, can you check the sturdiness? The mud wall sealed the entrance just as the figures of Jiras ran in our direction. Shoot. Terra Sagitta. The stone rifle bullets were fired, creating a loud Dohyun sound. The bullets never missed their mark since the Gyra were basically covering our whole line of sight. GYOA. The poor Jiras who got hit by the bullets died on the spot, their place taken immediately by the Jiras behind them. Their number didn't seem to decrease at all no matter how many of them were killed by Randu. Keep shooting at the closest ones. Yap. I could hear the dying screams of the Jiras with every bullet fired by Randu. But we were simply outnumbered by them. Randu-san's Terra Sagitta needs 5 seconds to cast. Fortunately, Jiras are aquatic monsters, their speed on land isn't that fast. Nevertheless, they were slower than me. It took them 10 seconds to cover a 50-meter distance. After who knows how many times we shot them down with Terra Sagitta, the Gyra horde finally reached the entrance of the tower. Now, Terra Blast, Stone Cannon. The next moment, the sound of an explosion resounded around the tower. At the same time, the sound of countless pellets breaking the scales of Jiras was accompanied by the sound of their ripped flesh. The next skill Randu-san learnt after Terra Sagitta was Terra Blast. It's what you would call an AoE attack. This skill was the Earth version of Class Rep's Ice Blast. Freezing radiation. But still, unlike the ice counterpart which only releases cold air, this one fires physical matter called pellets. The size of the bullets is smaller than Terra Sagitta and they have shorter range, but the moment an overwhelming number of pellets is fired right from the front, the effect is similar to a giant shotgun. Long-ranged attacks are better with the rifle like Terra Sagitta which has greater firepower, a wider range and a stable trajectory, while the shotgun-like Terra Blast which fires numerous small pellets is better at a short range. Thus, the firepower of Randu-san with these 2 firearm-type magic increased tremendously. It was something of a big haul since Gyra troops were basically flooding the entrance of the tower. Almost none of the fired pellets missed as they gouged on the bodies of Jiras. But still, we couldn't stop those things and their unending waves tactic even with the power of the Terra Blast. We couldn't rapid fire this spell like a machine gun. Its cooldown time was 8 seconds, longer than Terra Sagitta which was only 5 seconds. In the blink of an eye, the Jiras arrived at the opening of the mud wall by trampling upon the corpses of their comrades. Nice, now it's my turn. Decay within the corrupted red abyss. Rotten bog. I stretched my hands from the opening of the mud wall as my blood dripped from the curse crest. The drop of blood that fell right in front of the mud wall formed a rotten bog in the next moment. Geo. AA. Thanks to their own momentum, those Jiras plunged into the dangerously colored swamp. As their bodies came into contact with the extremely acidic red swamp, they raised agonizing death screams. Fools. You guys are too naive if you think those measly scales of yours can protect you from Ruin Hildesama's toxic swamp. War. What is that thing, Momokawa? My curse. You mustn't touch it. It's extremely corrosive. I didn't have the chance to introduce my skills to others so far, so this was the first time Randu-san saw mine. Nevertheless, she didn't seem to be disturbed by the sight of my skill at all. Use this chance while they're falling over and blast them. Do it now. I've had enough of these things. Randu-san, who started to complain like that, fired her terror blast towards the Gyra who had already spilled over right in front of us from the opening of the mud wall. Twine into hairs, oh rotten red, become thread which violates flesh and bone. Red hair twine. Not wanting to let Randu-san take all the glory, I released red hair twine from the curse crest on both on my hands after expanding my rotten bog. Though it took some time to kill them, that was plenty enough for me. Otherwise, they were bound to die trampled by their own comrades as they advanced from behind. I threw a few of the tentacles towards the Gyra that caught my eyes at the edge of my field of view, hoping that it would at least delay their advances through the opening of the mud wall. Thanks to my acid swamp and Randu-san's relentless short-distance blasts, we managed to slaughter quite a number of Gyra, but still, my rotten bog, which was covered by Gyra corpses, almost reached its full capacity. But the Gyras kept advancing, mercilessly using their comrades' corpses as scaffolding. Retreat, Randu-san. This kind of hard-fought battle proved to be too much even for Randu-san. Despite her strange reply, it seems that my instruction had reached her. Erect some spears at the opening in the mud wall. Quickly, we're running out of time. With those Gyra rushing in like this, the mud walls were bound to collapse sooner or later. Even if we erected a magnificent stone spear, only the ones at the front would be stabbed and killed by it. Nonomiya-san, Yoshizaka-san, how's your situation? I shouted as I looked up at the open ceiling of the tower. Their faces appeared from the edge of the spiral staircase built on the outer wall. The stairs to the rooftop of the tower are still good, but the rooms are empty. We can only advance to the rooftop. I expected this situation when I saw that tower from the outside, but still, there really was nothing until the rooftop. Was this used to trap invaders or to hide the transfer circle somewhere in this tower? Those guys outside are rushing in. The second round of this battle will be on the stairways. What should I do? Randu-san, you are more suited for defense. Keep in mind that those guys might use projectiles. Okay, let's do our best, Anzu. Thanks a lot, Yuri, Marie. Randu-san's earth magic was our lifeline in this defensive battle. We have no way to stop the enemy's advance without the mud wall. Any slight mistake will be our doom. We'd end in the stomach of those Gyra. Randu-san, retreat. Make a mud wall around the stairway. What about you, Momokawa? I'll be right behind you after I cast another curse on them. The biggest fault of Randu-san's earth magic was that it took a long time to activate, even just to form a wall. We probably wouldn't make it in time if we didn't start beforehand. Maybe thanks to her awareness of her own power and limitations, Randu-san went towards the stairs immediately. Well then, guess it's time to try my new curse. Gaga. Sticking together by my side like a bodyguard, Rem also raised a war cry. She also wanted to do her best since this new curse was related to her. Clad in flesh and blood of acid venom, rays from the sea of red. I could hear the crunchy sound of Gyras tearing apart the mud wall. Thanks to those guys trampling the bodies of their comrades into the poisonous venom under their feet, the swamp filled up and they've built up a safe scaffolding. But that didn't change the fact that the water below their feet was an extremely deadly corrosive poison. Vile mud doll. At that moment, I heard a loud splashing sound. The Gyras that were still clinging to the mud wall were blown away. Standing in front of the mud wall with dark red flesh was a clay doll. That's right, it's a new curse which I created when I used Rem in tandem with Rotten Bog in my first solo battle against Kamakiri. Vile mud doll, a clay doll of acid and poison created in the depths of the Rotten Bog. Thanks to Ruinhilde Sama's recognition, that skill got its own name and explanation. This is my second original sorcery after the red hair twine. Or was it already a derivative skill? That aside, the Rotten Bog, that was almost unusable due to the amount of corpses piling up in it, could now be recycled as another skill. Thus, the human-shaped poison doll was raging on her battlefield, feeding many of her enemies with her potent acid. The reason why I only made 1 rem instead of 2 until now wasn't due to the lack of materials. I left the second slot open to make this vile mud doll since a single rem was enough as my bodyguard at that time. The vile mud doll's movement was linked to vile clay dolls, the other rem. That's why I couldn't make another vile mud doll when I used rem the second. I wanted to test it for a while now and yet I never expected to do it in real combat. Yosh, let's go rem. N2, rage as much as you want. Gaga. Taking along Rem, who nodded in understanding, I ran after Randu-san towards the stairways. I barely managed to slip into the gap between the almost completed mud wall. Momokawa, we still have some time left until those guys destroy the barricade. Calm down and use that little extra time to make an even more solid wall. Rather than Randu-san, those words were directed at me. Whether it's mud wall or earth spear, both take too much time to cast. And I don't even know whether we can hold for 5 minutes before the Jiras break the barricade. Making it poorly would ultimately end up with it being destroyed in a second. What should I do? What kind of barricade would work more efficiently to stop those things? I couldn't think of a better plan other than spamming mud walls. I did consider the option of making a slanted wall to drop them down below or a pitfall with skewers, but I think making thick and strong mud walls one at a time is a better option than trying out wacky plans. I mean, Randu-san would be the one casting the magic after all. The wall is done. What should we do next? Keep raising it up to this height and make another wall from here. A thicker wall will gain us more time. Understood. This tower was around 4 floors high, so the stairs weren't that long. The only way out of this situation was to construct lines of defense in several places. The stairs were built on the wall of the tower, spiraling up from inside the tower to the rooftop. The center part of the tower was empty, without even a railing for safety. Did Nonomiya-san and Yoshizaki-san destroy the railings? Wait a minute. Ora. Raising a cry unbefitting of girls, Nonomiya-san and Yoshizaki-san destroyed the feeble metal railings one after another. Their splendid kicks made their mini skirt flutter around and I saw their panties. Black and red, right? Let's go, Momokawa. It only takes 1 blow with an axe. Take care of the railing over there. The sound of ore or clank resounded for a while and, in the blink of an eye, we took care of the railings as they served no function. Left unchecked, they would only help those Jiras. I wouldn't let even a morsel of an undesired factor threaten our safety. Best case scenario, the railing would give out, unable to support the weight of the Jiras. Guga gogaga. Is the second rem about to reach her limit? Guga. I could somehow sense that the vile mud doll was swallowed by the waves of Gyra when I saw Rem's reaction. They came at the worst moment, didn't they? Gior. The Gyra were flowing endlessly inside the tower from the destroyed wall. And, just as I expected, those fools were idiots who got skewered by earth spears as soon as they surged out from the destroyed mud wall. The earth lance trap was rendered ineffective after a fair bit of the Jiras got skewered by it. We were looking at that situation from the top floor. The stairway was blocked with a mud wall. They came. We have no place left to escape now. Do your best, Randu-san. Go. Why yeah. Terra Sagitta. Rotten bog. After breaking through the mud wall at the entrance, the Gyra swarming around the stairs got sniped by Randu-san. I also made full use of my rotten bog from the bloodstains which I left in various places around the stairways beforehand. And, once again, those Gyra were slaughtered by the stone bullets and acid mud. The stairway was wide enough for 2 people walking side by side. It was pretty wide for a stairway, but one couldn't simply escape from the terrain restriction. Naturally, the Gyra were also advancing through the stairs in pairs. Randu-san's sniping aimed for the frontmost group. Gyoa. When she shot one down, the Gyra right behind it tripped on its comrade's corpse. Despite the domino effect of their tumbling, those things' fighting spirit never wavered in the slightest. They continued to climb, no matter how many times they fell. But they wouldn't be able to advance that easily since I've prepared several rotten bogs to welcome them. Black hair bind. It's hard to use it at this distance, To make full use of my rotten bog, I used my black hairbind to get rid of the piling corpses in the swamp and throw them below. Thanks to the Shiromine combo destroying some of those rails, I had an easier time removing those corpses. Nevertheless, the distance and speed of the Jiras plunging into the swamp made it impossible to keep up the pace. Damn it, even though we were supposed to have advantages in terms of terrain and abilities, it was futile in the face of overwhelming numbers. Watch out, Momokawa, Uwa. A sharp metallic sound resounded right in front of my eyes with a gaking. I wasn't able to see it, but it seems that Nonomiya-san protected me with her spear from the weapon that was thrown by one of the Jira. Hey, that was dangerous. It's fine, Anzu. Fire. Leave your defense to me. Those Jira started to aim for me and Randu-san, who kept on shooting them down from above. They used their weapons as projectiles. Some of their projectiles reached our level and one came too close to hitting me. Depending by chance, just drop dead already, you fucking fish. WAH, quite a good insult there. Catching the thrown weapons in mid-air, Nonomiya-san and Yoshizaki-san threw them back to those Jiras. As expected of the ones with combat vocations, their simple throw was packed with overwhelming power. Quite different from those Jira lacking control of their weapon, the weapons thrown by the Shiromine combo traveled like arrows, skewering their targets to death. Rem, pick up the weapon for these two. GA. Our share of problems had increased thanks to the other party's usage of projectiles on us. The Shiromine combo's full-powered throw was strong enough to skewer two bodies at once as long as they used a pole-type weapon. The current Rem couldn't exert such power yet, so she decided to support the Shiromine combo and decrease their workload. The four of us fought back with our lives on the line. We had long since lost count of the number of Jiras we killed. Nevertheless, at this rate, we were fated to lose. TCH, why the hell did these goddamn fish have to begin using their brains now? They might have begun to understand the structure of the stairs and my rotten bog tactics. Some of those Jira tried to get over the poisonous swamp by piggybacking on the other Jiras. Others threw ropes with something like a metal claw at the end and began to climb. Though their methods were rather primitive, they managed to climb up after some trial and error. Stop coming up already. Terror blast. Those Jira finally arrived in front of our last defensive wall created by piling up mud walls. Randu-san didn't snipe the Jiras below us anymore. Instead, she blasted away the Jiras who managed to arrive in front of the mud wall with Terror Blast to reduce their numbers. I judged that I couldn't afford to cast my curses at other places and used red hair twine to harass them too. Gugyu. GYOA. One after another, those Jira fell in front of the wall. Their corpses were just like money falling out of a quarter pusher in a casino. Just giving them a bit of a push was enough to make them fall from the stairs. And yet, their number didn't seem to diminish at all. Why did you start using shields now, you damned fish? Even I snapped at their shrewdness. Those guys started using their own comrades' corpses to protect the ones demolishing the wall. Not only using them as shields, they quickly piled them right on the handrail's position like sandbags. Momokawa, my blast can't get through it. TCH, my spear can't pierce it either. None of our axes or knives can get through those piles of corpses. The scales that covered the Jira's bodies were far tougher than human skin. It was just a makeshift meat wall, and yet it was tough enough to seal the few offensive methods at our disposal. Fuck, if only we had firepower that could blast them once and for all, like Tendakuan's dragon breath. Those fucking Jira would have already become hissed. Yeah, I guess asking for that kind of firepower is too much. Let's go to the rooftop, Randu-san. Please build a wall after enclosing the entrance with spears. That place is our last line of defense. Right away. Turning around, Randu-san went towards the rooftop of the tower. I could see her leopard-patterned panty covering her plump butt. She didn't even try to cover her miniskirt when she ran up the stairs. Well, at least I'm lucky enough to be able to see that scenery in the midst of this predicament. Die, Ora. Drop dead, you fake fish. After that, me, Nonomiya-san, and Yoshizaki-san reduced the number of Jira as much as possible until they were just about to break the mud wall. To be honest, I didn't know whether we bought enough time for Randu-san. Inheriting meaningless trial. and unfortunate fate. If you're not chosen by fate, carve it with your own feet. Black blood. In the end, after I made a last rotten bog with a drop of my blood in front of the stairway, I ran up to the rooftop. This was our last line of defense. Chapter 100 Battle of the Underground Lake Tower 2. Is this good enough, Momokawa? After I entered the rooftop and we sealed the entrance, stone spears appeared in a line around it. They would have worked better in a row, but they were arranged in a phalanx formation, forming 2 boxes from different angles. 3 meters behind them stood a majestic and robust earth wall. Ooh, awesome. I didn't know you could make it this sturdy. Yes, I somehow finished it ahead of time. So her proficiency in handling that skill had increased again. Or maybe live combat served as better experience than training. Do you have any way to climb the wall, Momokawa? It's okay. I can just do this. That wall was made to completely seal the entrance. There was no way through, so it was up to my tentacles to do the job. Ugh. It's really hard. Somehow, I managed to climb the wall. It was my first time using the black hair bind to climb a wall, and just as I expected, it was quite difficult. I'm glad the wall was just 3 meters high. If it was higher, say, 5 meters, then I'd be screwed. I should save some time for climbing training. Hey, isn't that? They're coming. Those Jiras slowly chipped away the wall at the bottom of the stairs. They were so close I could hear their noisy cries already. Only one of 2 walls remained. Could the 4 of us defend that final line? For how many minutes could we stand our ground? As you can see, we're at a dead end. This is what they call a last stand. Even if we couldn't hold our position for long, I had no regrets. I did everything I could. Most of all, Randu-san, Nonomiya-san, and Yoshizaki-kun also did their best. It was worlds apart from that time in the worst harem party of Soma Sakura. We came so far thanks to everyone doing their best. That's why I had no regrets. Then, finally, those guys appeared. I don't want to die or see everyone die in this place. So, let's kick their asses. We'll fight until the end. GYOA. Everyone looked at where the Jiras were coming from. They broke through the mud wall and advanced toward us, their cold eyes glaring at me with killing intent. They were drenched in mud, but they still kept a tight grip on their spears. Don't underestimate us, you shitty fish. You're going down. Eat this. Terra Sagitta. Randu-san's fully powered earth magic pierced right through the face of the fuckers that screeched at us. The force of the spell shook the tower and created an almost deafening explosion. Dugu-en. You where? What the fuck? The whole tower shook with the sound of explosions like someone was trying to bring it down. I couldn't register what was happening as the noise resounded in my head. I could barely keep myself stable, but there was no point in bracing my feet on the mud wall. Doing so would only expose me to danger. Suddenly, I got a bad feeling. Everyone, get down from the wall. Nonomiya-san and Yoshizaki-san jumped down with a roll. It looked amazing, but, considering their vocation, jumping down 3 meters with flair wasn't really that impressive. I couldn't do that. With my vocation, I'm not that different from a person with normal physical capabilities. Momokawa, wait a minute. It's too high. I can't jump from this height, you know. I forgot that Randu-san was a sorcerer. She's as physically inept as me. It would be fine if we just sprained our feet after the fall. But if we landed head first, it would be a disaster. How can I make Randu-san and me descend safely? I knew a spell that could help. Twine around the escapee feet, braid into hair. Black hair bind. Come here, Randu-san. I worried about its durability, so I braided black hair bind with a full aria. I should be able to at least do that much. MOMOKA where? MUO. Thank you for understanding my intentions, but embracing me from the front like that. I mean, your soft pair of jiggly tits cover my line of sight, you know. Let's go. Due to our height difference, Randu-san hugged me from the front. Naturally, her humongous pair of tits bounced off my head. Speaking of tits, I had no idea if she was baiting me or doing it unconsciously, but the front of her blouse had a slightly too big opening. I could see the depths of her deeply tanned valley. Her giant pair of breasts boasted the greatest firepower in the class, Mei-chan excluded, and were on display right in front of me. F you ha. Ha ha, run. Randu-san. Yap. The view distracted me so much that, before I noticed, we had already landed safely on the floor. Although I had just lived through an almost enlightening experience just now, the non-stop ringing of the alarm behind us due to the killing intent was giving me a headache. If we didn't get away from the entrance immediately, we'd be in trouble. Just as I thought about it, a scorching hot shockwave hit us from behind. It was enough to send us rolling around the stone floor of the rooftop. My ears rang from the thunderous sound. Zedu-duen. Oh ouch. When we turned around, a giant fire pillar stood where we built our last line of defense. The blazing flame and roaring explosion had surely pierced right through the lower floors of this tower. In short, those gyra inside the tower were history. Sup. Seems like you guys are safe and sound. Kye. Tendao Kyun. We were almost done for. Thank you for saving us, Tendao-kun. I went to the end of the rooftop and looked below. There was a huge scorch mark on the ground. In the area around the burned ground stood Tendao-kun, looking as magnificent as usual. Thank you, Tendao-kun. We barely escaped the jaws of death. Some devil's luck you got there, huh, Momokawa. His sarcasm was also as sharp as usual. He had just dispatched the boss single-handedly, roasted an army of Jiras and said it was luck. All that while holding a cigarette between his fingers. Thank you, Tendao. Please be careful next time. You almost burned my hair. Ah, my bad. That's Randu-san for you. No one other than her could make such a complaint to Tendao. Interestingly enough, he'd pay attention to it and be more careful next time he rushed in to save us. That goes for you too, Momokawa. I didn't do anything special at all. You're the MVP this time, Randu-san. She created a barricade with her mud wall and dispatched enemies from afar with her stone bullets. Randu-san was the one who had contributed the most to the fight. I just moved per your instructions. If it had been just me fighting, we might not have survived. Without you, Yuri and Marie wouldn't have gone back to fetch me and I'd probably have died first. Ahaha. Thankfully, she could still crack jokes even while in that kind of situation. I'm the one who should be saying that. Everyone working together was what made us pass this trial. No one would have survived if even one of us had died. Yup, you're right. Even so, I still think the one who contributed the most this time was you. And since I feel that way, Randu-san suddenly approached me. A nice aroma reached my nose and before I realized what was happening, our lips were touching. Yue-chen. Ha! What just happened? A kiss? Me and Randu-san? We just... No, impossible. What the hell just? It's soft, though. Hey, was that your first? Ah, that was what a succubus would have said, wasn't it? My brain cells instantly melted from Randu-san's deadly smile. The dreamlike moment passed in an instant and I ended up blurting out the first thing that appeared in my mind. WWWHY. How shameful. I ended up speaking in the Kyoto dialect. Will ya calm down already, you stupid heart? Ah, sorry. Did you hate it? It was wonderful, but what? Do you have a girlfriend? Could it be you love another girl? No, I don't have a girlfriend. It's not like I have someone I love, but still. It's all good, then. What other option did I have when she smiled at me like that? I immediately agreed. Who in the world would complain that Randu-san was the one who took their first kiss? Also, it wasn't like kissing equaled dating, anyway. It was presumptuous of me to even consider it. I believed Randu-san wouldn't even think about such an option. If she said that kiss was a token of gratitude for the help I gave her, I'd accept it with gratitude. Could it be that Randu-san fell in love with me? Nah, that's impossible. As if I'd have such good luck. If it was Mei-chan, I might consider whether she truly fell for me, but in Randu-san's case, with her personality. Wait. Why was I getting so flustered just from thinking about it? I forcefully stopped that train of thought. And that concluded another page of my wonderfully dreamy moment. Even after deciding to avoid thinking about it, I was still too embarrassed to even look at Randu-san's face. "Hey, Momokawa. Actually, Randu-san suddenly interrupted me and, thinking that she was going to say something, I raised my head. But I couldn't see anything. Everywhere I looked, my vision was pure white. Were those threads? UMPF. Something caught me. The reason I noticed the pure white adhesive lump of spider thread so quickly was because of its similarity to my black hair bind. The white thread covering my entire body locked my limbs perfectly. Suddenly, my feet left the floor, and I was struck by the sensation of flying. In truth, I knew that whatever had caught me was just dragging me closer. Fortunately, for me, my eyes were uncovered. I was able to see Randu-san's extremely flushed face for the first time just as I was being pulled away. Momokawa. Wait. 2 seconds. No, it was probably 3 seconds of weightlessness. I let out a pained scream when my body harshly landed on the floor. Thanks to the bundle of threads around me, the fall was somewhat cushioned. The moment I saw the predator, I knew I looked like a fish caught on a pole. Kishishi, Kishi, Kishikisha Kishi. Now that was what I considered an appropriate owner for the white threads. It was a splendid spider. Unlike the rook spider, whose appearance resembled a giant tarantula, it was as big as a fully grown human. Its silhouette had a greatly extended abdomen with 8 long legs so thin they almost looked bizarre. It seemed related to the yellow spider, as it had an ominous yellow and black color. However, the upper body connected to the spider abdomen resembled a deformed human. The figure covered in black tough skin faintly suggested it might be female. Disturbingly enough, the waist was sort of thin and there was some sort of swelling on the chest area. But the head completely convinced me that I was looking at a monster. It was covered in the same tough skin, with 8 red eyes and a wide slit where a mouth should be, with sharp fangs protruding from it. Fuck. With the lower body of a spider and the upper body of a human, it was probably an Arachnne. Still, I felt cheated. The human half wasn't like those beautiful Oni-sans from so many otaku dreams at all. While I cursed in frustration inside my heart, the monster completely sealed my field of vision with a second spray of threads. I couldn't see or move my body. Neither Rem nor my comrades were by my side when I was pulled away. Could I have reached the end? Was it game over for me? Suddenly, a sharp pain followed by a stinging sensation ran through my whole body. It felt like I'd been struck by lightning. She bit me, ha. Despite the pain, my consciousness was already. Chapter 101, Pursuer. Momokawa. Momoka where? Randu, stop. It's already too late to save him. All party members were thrown into disarray when the spider-like monster kidnapped Momokawa Kotaro in the blink of an eye. Even the somewhat optimistic Randu Anzu was shaken, as shown by her crying out loudly in panic for the first time ever since the group had entered the labyrinth. Julia and Maria had tried to chase after the kidnapped Momokawa in a hurry but to no avail. The monster that kidnapped Momokawa was positioned too high up and close to the open hole in the ceiling. It was dozens of meters higher than the topmost floor of the tower. Just a glance at the terrain of the underground lake was enough to convince anyone that chasing after the monster was impossible. Even Kotaro's skeleton familiar, Rem, could only look around restlessly, unable to find a way to save her master. She couldn't find a way to move towards her master's position. Don't joke around, Tendao. Momokawa is. You saw it, right? That guy got killed by the monster. Ryuichi confronted Anzu's overwhelming anger with the bitter truth. He's still alive. He's not dead yet. Momokawa is definitely still alive. If we start catching up now, we might be able to save him. The spider had vanished into the hole in the ceiling, leaving them with no way to save Kotaro. Though they might be able to meet him again later due to the intricacies of the dungeon structure, just how big was the possibility of them finding Momokawa? The thing that had taken him wasn't someone asking for a ransom, it was simply a monster looking for its meal. Seeing that Momokawa was caught for food, there was no reason for the monster to keep him alive for a long time. It wouldn't be strange if his head had already been bitten off right now. Hear me out, Randu. We won't make it in time even if we do find him. Tendao Ryuichi was powerful. Though he had reached an unbelievably high level both in skill and physical ability from eating monsters, he wasn't clairvoyant, nor could he fly. It was clear for everyone that they couldn't do anything in this situation. Anzu. Tendao-kun is right. We can't save Momokawa. Having accepted the bitter reality of the situation, Julia and Maria pacified Anzu, who was losing her cool. But, Momokawa is. She couldn't just give up like this. Especially for someone as emotional as Anzu, there was no way she could bear the grief of losing someone. It'll be all right, Anzu. That's right, despite his appearance, Momokawa is quite the tough person. He might be able to do something about his situation. They had no other choice than to deceive her with impossible hope. As long as one stayed positive, they could go on with their struggles. I see, so you won't go. Gugaga. Finally, Anzu calmed down. Rem then resumed her task. It seemed like she had decided to go by a different route instead of through the hole in the ceiling. Rem couldn't speak, but for some reason Ryuichi seemed to be able to understand her. Here's a parting gift from me, take it. Ga. The thing that Ryuichi took out from the golden magic square of Treasure Warehouse was a skull. Though it looked like the usual head of a skeleton you could find anywhere in this dungeon, it was no doubt a genuine human skull. Yes, it was the skull of the male class rep of 2-7 who had met his end after he tried to kill Ryuichi with the dragon he controlled thanks to his summoner vocation, Azuma Shinichi. Rem didn't understand why Ryuichi entrusted it to her. But she took the ominous skull of the classmate, thinking that it would be needed later on. Then, from me too. You should also bring this with you. Julia and Maria gave their respective weapons to Rem, who was going to chase after Momokawa. Both their spear and axe were made of the finest quality material. Rem's specs should be high enough to use both of them. Guga, Gagaga. We'll be fine. We'll be looking for our new weapons later anyway. Don't feel so reserved. Use it to your heart's content. Though the gals didn't understand what Rem was saying, they replied with what they thought was a proper reply. Despite her appearance and origin, Rem was their comrade who went through life and death struggles in the underground lake along with them. How about you, Anzu? Just give anything you have on you. I don't have anything useful to give though. Sorcerer Anzu didn't carry any armament since Kotaro had his knife for when push came to shove. Both Kotaro and Rem each had better weapons than Anzu, so it was meaningless to be armed. After searching through her bag, Anzu couldn't find a better item to give than this. I choose you then. In less than a moment after she brought it out, she crammed the item into Rem's rucksack. Anzu, what did you give her just now? Tell us what it is. It's a secret. I'll kill you if you try to peek. Anzu had a blush to the tip of her ears, suggesting that something inappropriate was given to Rem. Gaga, Gugaga. Thus, Rem departed to look for her master with the farewell gifts. Be careful. Do your best. Please save Momokawa. You definitely must save him. Rem received a pat on her back as she departed towards a cave that was headed to who knows where. Well, let's get going too. Tendao, you're surprisingly not a cold person. I did what I had to do. Moreover, we're fated to meet Momokawa again later as long as we advance onward. Well, that's true, but... The four who parted ways with Rem gathered around the magic square and began walking towards their intended direction. Suha. Everyone then heard a monster-like breathing sound. Momokawa was ambushed by a spider-like monster just a while ago. It wouldn't be strange if another monster appeared. The four who had just won a battle for survival reacted immediately. The Uramori combo raised their vigilance towards the direction of the sound as they raised weapons collected from the corpses of the Jiras. Anzu also raised her arms, ready to fire stone bullets at any given moment. Though Ryuichi was the only one who still kept his hands in his pocket, he was more vigilant than the rest of them. Under everyone's watchful gaze, the monster appeared. Kunka Kunka, Suha. Just like a police dog chasing after a criminal, or more like a pig to be exact, sniffing for mushrooms on the ground, the monster walked on all fours while sniffing the ground. Kunka Kunka. This smell. SSNLLLL. The monster could also talk. It wasn't a monster, it was a human. This SSSSMLL. This, sweet, smell. THSSMLLS like my Waihuni, definitely. From crawling with all four limbs, the man wearing the male uniform of Shiromine High stood up on his legs as he screamed bizarre things. He wasn't that tall, his figure grew to the sides instead, and it was an ugly figure. The male student went towards the island of the underground lake, saying disgusting words every step of the way. You are Yokomichi, right? Gu. Whm. You are Akia. Gindu. Tendo Ryuichi was facing off against Yokomichi Hajime. As if the so-called class caste had reappeared in this world, Yokomichi clearly trembled when he faced Ryuichi's cold gaze. But then again, this wasn't that peaceful classroom, this place was a monster-filled dungeon of another world. Yokomichi's experiences while traveling this world had changed him. Yes, his past reason for fearing Ryuichi, the most badass delinquent, was gone. Yuihei. Tendao, you are. Tendao Awayuuic Hai. You seem to be quite lively here. Did you really want to see me that much? Can't you see? You want to understand why I want to meet a DQN bastard like you. If it was back then in class, it would be absolutely impossible for him to curse at Ryuichi. The current Yokomichi could do that with ease, though Ryuichi himself didn't seem to care about it. The thing he paid attention to was Yokomichi's clothes. Hey, don't ya think that Yokomichi has this dangerous feel to him? Yeah, that thing is bad news. The Uramori combo who had grown together in battles with their knight and warrior vocations felt something wrong with Yokomichi. Yes, that thing has definitely never taken a bath even once for sure. On the other hand, Anzu, whose growth as a geomancer had just begun, didn't felt any kind of danger aside from being disgusted by his extremely foul smell due to Yokomichi's extremely dirty appearance. My bad though, I just defeated the boss of this place. You must wait till the next one comes out or try another route. Hurry. There's also a choice of taking me along, right? Oi, you really have no interest in helping your classmate who you have just met after a long time. Nope, you're smelly after all. Ryuichi frowned as if to emphasize his discomfort about the foul smell. Due to his sharpened five senses, he could already sniff the foul and offensive smell of Yokomichi's dirty gakuren. And how dare you say that someone smells with such cool face? It hurts you KNUW. It really hurts my feelings when you say such words you KNUWW. Maybe because he accidentally stepped on a landmine, Ryuichi seemed fed up with Yokomichi's smelly mouth and the smell that was spread around due to his fiery rebuttal. Hiya, just get out of my sight already. I'll overlook you just this once. TCH, stop right there. Trying to end the talk her. We're just about to begin, you know. You girls, gather close to the transfer magic circle. Oh, wait a minute. Were you ignoring me? Trying to leave me alone? You guys are bullies, you know, really bad bullies, you know. Maybe because they really ignoring Yokomichi, did as Ryuichi told them, gathered around the transfer magic circle as they completely ignoring Yokomichi's meaningless rambling. Because just a look at his appearance and attitude was enough to convince that no one would even consider add Yokomichi into the party. Nor they wanted to get along with him in the first place. It wasn't the problem like between cooperating due to emergency or abandoning for the sake of survival. They just silently distanced themselves from a psychologically disgusting person. Therefore, Yokomichi only need power to detain them, no question asked. You B***D. Your gaze is just like those people when they're looking at me in the CLRSS. Don't get cocky, you shitty bitches, and fucking DQN. GA. Yokomichi vomited something from his mouth as he said those words. Though it was something like ball of water fired with magic, the others felt for a moment that it either his filth or poison due to its urine-like color. Predation skill. Paralysis venom. Purified venom that will cause moderate paralysis once touched. He developed poison gland to increase the secreted volume of the venom. Despite that sudden breath attack, its traveling speed wasn't that fast. In the meantime, Juria and Maria, who has sharp intuition and fierce legs power, had long since left that place. But still, it was impossible for the sorcerer like Anzu to dodge that attack in time. But there was another person who stood still in his place like her, Ryuichi. TCH, take a bath will ya. Wall of water appeared at the same time as he said so. The gushing water current that suddenly sprouted from the ground former into several meters tall water wall surrounding the foreside as if to protect Anzu who stood behind him. Yokomichi filthy breath collided with the water wall. The undulating water wall acted as if protect both of them by washing away the extremely ammonia stink and paralysis venom hidden within the water ball. Ha! What the fuck with that water magic? Yeah, I can finally use it a while ago. The giant crocodile-like lizard man, the boss of this area, wasn't just using its raw power as its attack method, it could use water magic that was centered around the manipulation of water current. Predation skill. Aqua Magia allowed the user to use every low-ranking magic of water element. Naturally, he gained the skill of water magic when he ate the boss. But, water magic, Fuhihi, Fuhai-hai-chai, that Tendao of all people, became a hydromancer. It seems that he mistook Ryuichi vocation as hydromancer when he saw Ryuichi water wall. Though he made a mistake due to such hasty judgment, Ryuichi didn't have any obligation to correct it either. Boohehehe, are you an idiot? The most powerful vocation in Thies Otho LD had been decided. Bufuh, how dare you acting so cocky just because a shitty mob vocation leak a hydromancer, teen duo you. In the end, you DQN were all an idiots. Yokomichi raised an even louder laughter. Ryuichi, who utterly fed up, heaved a sigh with good grief, and said to him, Oi, if you're that cocky, then give me all you got. Oh. Sure. Are you sure? The shitty Tendakuan with his shitty hydromancer vocation dares to challenge me? The main lead with the most powerful cheat vocation of absolutely the best status correction. You girls, fall back till the tower. It's dangerous here, or should I say, too filthy for you girls. It was faint, but Juria and Maria could felt something that couldn't be described with anything but fighting spirit were leaked out from Ryuichi's body. Yeah, it's just Yokomichi anyway. Tendao is strunk, you know. Oh well, let's retreat for now. But the blockhead Anzu, who has yet to feel the sign of impending battle, was a real angel inside. Therefore she told him so purely due to her worry. Are you stupid? Wait a minute, Anzu, that's... Uramari stopped her in a hurry and forcefully dragged Anzu, who had yet to notice her verbal slip, toward the tower. And then, the matter that shouldn't be noticed by the gentle Anzu was surely, how dare you underestimate me, you bitch. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 102, Tendao vs. Yokomichi. Yokomichi was enraged. You fucking bastards, still bringing the school cast into this place. Suit yourself then. Template DQN mobs like you fucking shits were fated to be trampled upon by me, the MC of this world. And I will do it now. It's revenge time. I'll start from you, you. I'm going to tear apart those useless giant tits of yours. Yokomichi's arrow-like tongue stretched out as he screamed like a madman. That thing wasn't human. Like from a frog, the tongue stretched out fast and approached Anzu, who was hiding behind the tower. The tip of the tongue enlarged to the size of a fist and numerous spikes grew from it. Then, slippery yellow liquid started being secreted, but it was not Yokomichi's saliva. It was paralysis venom. It would instantly affect the target with just a touch. Maybe more than the effect of the venom itself, the figure of Yokomichi licking with his grotesque tongue would cause more psychological damage to humans. The frog-like monster tongue that dealt physical, mental, and poison damage shot for Randu. I'm your opponent, don't forget that. Ryuichi's right hand seized the tip of the tongue, which had traveled like a fired arrow. Enha. Arg. Yokomichi barely managed to save his tongue, which was almost crushed by Ryuichi thanks to the slimy liquid on its surface. In some ways, this event was just like a replay of when he was almost done in by Futaba Maiko. You. That fucking hurt, you bastard. My tongue is rather delicate, you know. TSK, now you've dirted my hand. I guess I can't fight with my bare hands. Ryuichi waved his hand lightly to get rid of the liquid on the tip of his fingers. Before anyone knew, there was already something like a black membrane covering his right hand. What the fuck? That gauntlet is cheating. Who cares? This guy just came out a while ago. I guess this is also part of me. Inheritance skill. King's armor. Create armor suitable for the king. Ryuichi understood immediately that it was the armor version of his king's sword. If he had to point out a difference, compared to King's sword which reflects its material, King's armor took on the appearance of a black metallic armor from the very beginning. In addition, unless he made sure to let this skill grow, it wouldn't grow to the point of covering his whole body. He had learnt this skill during the time when Kotaru taught Anzu the way to use her power. While having nothing to do and lying around in the middle of the plaza, he just suddenly acquired the skill. There is no particular trigger for gaining new inheritance skills, but this armor was really powerful. And though he could only make it grow from his right hand to his right elbow right now, it was strong enough to the point where he could smash through the hard carapace of the giant alligator, the boss of this area. TCH, don't just use your armor, you wimpy bastard. Oh, nice idea. I don't want to dirty my hand by fighting you barehanded after all. This was the first time in his life that Ryuichi was pitted against an opponent with an extremely nauseating appearance. Though he wasn't a clean freak, it was like how no one would be willing to touch a toilet bowl after someone just finished shitting on it. The current Yokomichi was just that disgusting to the point that even those dirty Goma were far cleaner than him. How dare you, treating me like filth. This is discrimination. This is why you fucking bullies are regarded as the trash of society, damn it. Yokomichi berated others with seemingly reasonable words while forgetting what kind of trash he himself was, having been even more enraged by Ryuichi's provocation. Maybe because he was finally going for the kill, he grabbed hold of the hilt of the great sword strapped on his back. Bending forward with posture extremely close to that of a pig, Yokomichi then dashed forward with tremendous speed beyond prediction. It was true that his flabby legs were short, but those flabby legs suddenly swelled up even further, and then a huge, genuine boar hoof appeared from the bottom of his soles. Though he seemed to be wearing indoor shoes, the rubber shoe soles were already long since lost. Behold, this is my resistance against that rotten system called the school cars. Die, Tien do you. Yokomichi rushed at tremendous speed along with loud exploding sounds as he stepped hard on the ground. The way his almost perfectly round body sped up was just like a cannonball. Ryuichi's eyes twitched upon seeing this human cannonball called Yokomichi. Haha, so you really don't want to hit me when I approach. Suddenly, Ryuichi's right hand that was covered by the jet-black gauntlet set ablaze. Forming a fist-sized fireball on top of his right palm, he then threw it lightly as if throwing a stack of papers, but the fireball's speed was just like a fast ball thrown at 200 km per hour. Ha, fiery. Why is it fiery? Yokomichi met with the fireball and immediately started wailing. Hoti, it's hot damn lit. The heck, aren't you a lively one? Even though one would normally die if their body was set ablaze like that, Yokomichi just rolled around on the ground and screamed, as if it was just part of a play. And then, when the fire was completely extinguished, he looked just like charcoal. It's fucking hot, you fucking idiot. I would have died if not for my fire resistance. Yokomichi screamed as he threw away his gakuren that was already burnt black. The already tattered gakuren finally ended its roll due to the intense flame, but what appeared underneath wasn't Yokomichi's flabby body. It was fur with gradation of yellow, orange, and red. I never knew that you wore such splendid fur below your gakuren. Or not, it's not clothing her, it's part of your body, isn't it? Though the fur was similar to the fur of the red dog that could breathe fire, Yokomichi wasn't just clad in those fur, it grew from his body. It's neither magic nor a warrior skill. So if there was anything close to Yokomichi, it would be Kotaru's clay doll, Rem, whose appearance reflects her materials. Bufu, Buhe. Behold, the strongest skill given to me, a power to snatch, the power of a demon that was eaten by me, skill eater. Snatching the power of a demon eaten by you, ugh. It feels like I've heard of that power before. Fucking yeah, this is the template exclusive power of protagonist. But I am the only one in the world who got this power. I will become a harem king with this strongest seercheat. Yeah, come at me already then, strongest harem king in the world, san. Their squabble hasn't ended yet. Rather, the real fight was starting now. Yokomichi had shown that he could endure fire magic. It seems that there was no other way but to defeat him in close combat. Ryuichi didn't want to dirty himself if possible, but it felt like there was finally a chance for a good fight with that thing in front of him. Not yet, Tendao. Behold, my true power. Yokomichi stood and made a banzai pose while shouting those words. A conspicuous sound came from the fur on his back, like something was breaking out from inside. Protruding from his back by tearing apart his fur and drawing a small amount of blood were 2 arms. The right arm had steel-like carapace. It was the arm of Armor Bear with huge knife-like claws lining up together on its hand. The left arm was a thin arm, emerald in color. But the section starting from the elbow was that of a scythe. It was the arm of Mantis Knight. If before he still resembled a human, Yokomichi, who had grown a Mantis Knight arm and an Armor Bear arm from his back that was covered in fur, was closer to a monster now. Ooh, it surprisingly looks good on you. Isn't this even better compared to your appearance when you sleep in the classroom? Anywhere. Donti Billet Lamai aloofness. Tendu. Dissing Yokomichi's behavior during class apparently made him even more enraged. Both of his legs pumped up and he leaped towards Ryuichi with tremendous force. The current Yokomichi could just brute force through another fireball, thus Ryuichi didn't throw one like before. DIEE. High slash. After his extreme dash, Yokomichi did a high jump and the great sword which he held in both arms fired off his finishing move from an upper stance. Even if the sword he used was a blunt one, with his power and speed, the blow was enough to split a human right in half. Come forth, King's Sword. Against Yokomichi's finishing move, high slash, Ryuichi took out a deep crimson great sword that shone with a gold color from the void. The moment their swords collided, countless sparks scattered. Grasping the King's Sword that had conquered the fire drake, Ryuichi did not move a step. Yokomichi, who had performed a two-handed swing, however, flinched, in contrast to Ryuichi, who had only swung his sword lightly with his right hand. You're heavy, Porky. GUH. Don't get fucking cocky just because you stopped my attack with one hand. Naturally, Yokomichi was shaken upon seeing the skill that he had fired with his full power being neutralized with just one hand. But the current Yokomichi wasn't a swordsman who relied on a single sword. Because now swordplay and martial arts were just fractions of Yokomichi's power. With the 2 additional arms on his back, Yokomichi had surpassed the limitations of the human body. Ryuichi did well in stopping the sword attack. But the Armor Bear Claw and Mantis Knight Scythe came down next. Whoopses, as expected of a 4-armed fatass, your power sure is something else. Grasping his King's Sword with both hands, Ryuichi skillfully parried or dodged the combined assault of Yokomichi's 4 arms. The King's Sword had a wider, bigger, and far heavier blade than Yokomichi's greatsword, but Ryuichi could still wield such a massive weapon easily. TCH, take this. If you just continue to only have 4 arms and your current speed, you can continue dreaming of landing a hit on me. Ryuichi had easily parried the storm of attacks made by Yokomichi's greatsword, claw, and scythe. Yokomichi had also made the full use of his abilities. Whether mantis arm or bear arm, he could move those as freely as if they were his own arms. Even his swordplay with the greatsword had quite the sharpness in its movements. The combination of those powers could easily slice through Ryuichi's flesh and bones if Yokomichi landed a hit, yet that did not happen once. Shit, just get fucking hit already, damn it. Oreo-ro-re-ra. Oh, your power will fall behind if you just focus on speed, you know. Yokomichi's power was a threat. But it also wasn't something to be feared. If one was to ask the reason, Yokomichi's attacks were just too simple. In the end, they were just bold moves that raised one's power with designated motions. Seeing through Yokomichi's attack pattern was just too easy for Ryuichi. When he was up against someone like this fatass, Ryuichi once again realized the depth of the strength of Soma Yuto, who had learnt proper swordsmanship. Ha! Oi, I'm gonna hit you for sure this time. Well, your attacks might not even be enough to cut my after image. Yokomichi was attacking like a raging storm with his scythe, claws, and sword, but Ryuichi kept parrying the attacks with ease. Yokomichi's terrifying power counterbalanced with his inhuman look. But he had 0 skills. When he attacked, he neither did feints nor tricks to cover up his true intentions. Thus, there was no way Ryuichi could not dodge such simple attacks. I see, This is all you got her. At that time, Ryuichi, who had solely focused on dodging and defending against all attacks that came to him, finally swung his sword. He didn't even use martial arts, it was just a simple horizontal slash. Hna! And yet, that simple slash left a crimson trail as it sliced apart Yokomichi's mantis and bare arms from the elbows. Ah. My AMS. No, those aren't your arms. Though he didn't know whether Yokomichi had nerves in the arms on his back and could feel pain, Ryuichi drove in a retort along with a kick to Yokomichi, who was shocked from losing his arms in the blink of an eye. The light roundhouse kick landed on Yokomichi's flank. HNJ. Unable to endure the kick, Yokomichi was blown away as he raised a wallowing scream that resounded throughout the underground cavern. I might have overdone it just now. Is his body really that brittle? RGH. It fucking hurts. Damn lit. Even though it finally healed. Unfortunately for Yokomichi, the place that got hit was the one that was inflicted with Momokawa's curse. An old scar, my bad then. Ryuichi apologized with an uninterested tone to Yokomichi, who was crying with a sorrowful voice. Well, that was quite enjoyable though. As if signaling that the fight had ended, the king's sword vanished into particles of light. Ha. You fucking shit. If not for this wound, why you shit-walled? See ya, Yokomichi. You really should take a bath once in a while, you know. Ryuichi had already lost interest in Yokomichi, and drove in one last kick. The beautiful roundhouse kick from his long leg mercilessly inflicted another critical hit on the scar on Yokomichi's flank. Yeah. Yokomichi raised a scream as his round body was blasted away. Despite Yokomichi's obesity, at nearly 100 kilograms of mass, Ryuichi's roundhouse kick sent Yokomichi flying 5 meters up high into the air, before bouncing a few times as he landed on the ground and Yokomichi fell right into the underground lake with an explosive sound. Done already, Tendao-kun? Did you kill that porky? Having guessed that the battle had ended, Juria and Maria left their hiding place in the tower for a moment. Anzu, who still kept her vigilance, waited at the entrance of the tower. Dunno, that gutsy pork might be still alive and kicking. The reason why Ryuichi didn't land a killing blow on Yokomichi was because the fight was only at the level of a simple quarrel, not a fight where they had to kill each other. At least, he felt that Yokomichi was less dangerous than Azuma Shinichi, that summoner, and also the male class rep who used the power of a dragon which forced Ryuichi to kill him for good. Also, since Azuma was the one who attacked first with the intention to kill, Ryuichi had no obligation to spare his opponent's life. If he died from those kinds of attack, then that was all Yokomichi amounted to. As for Ryuichi, he expected Yokomichi to use this test as nutrition to grow even stronger and come to challenge him again for a revenge match. Let's get going. Otherwise, those annoying hindrances will come one after another. They had met so many irregularities in this underground lake, the area boss, getting surrounded by large numbers of Gyra, the spider-like demon that kidnapped Katara, and lastly, Yokomichi, who had picked a quarrel with them. Even someone like Ryuichi would get tired meeting one irregular after another. And thus, Juria, Maria, and Anzu walked with tottering steps towards the teleportation magic circle. They were too tired after all that had happened to them. Especially Anzu, who should have been really tired after the gruesome battle against that army of Gyra. However, she only felt, for the first time in her life, regret from losing her comrades. Sorry. Momokawa. After Ryuichi took out the magic core, the magic circle was invoked and they vanished in a wall of light, only leaving behind Anzu's whisper. Bu8. Hurh. That was a close one. I thought I was going to die. Tendao, you fucking bastard. How dare you guys to do this to me? After Ryuichi and the others had teleported, Yokomichi finally made his way out of the underground lake. He was wet from head to toes, and the demon arms and fur had vanished, leaving behind the normal body of a human. But then, aside from his already non-existent Skakurin, both his trousers and shoes were thrown off when he was crawling his way out of the lake, and as a result, he was left buck naked. The only thing left on his body was a brief short that had already turned yellow. Despite his human appearance, Yokomichi had in fact already strayed from being a human. Ouch, you cocky bastard. Running away after you won a match HUH. No matter how loudly he vented his anger, however, his shouts would never reach Ryuichi, who had already left the area. And even Yokomichi wasn't an idiot that would vent his anger for nothing. TCH, can't be helped, I'll overlook your actions just this once. You barely escaped death, Tendao. Yokomichi decided so, to his own convenience. Nevertheless, how dare you trick me, you're not a fucking hydromancer. At first Ryuichi was using magic to manipulate water, before attacking with fire magic, then lastly, using a great sword to fight Yokomichi head-on. Yokomichi had thought that his power and speed, which resulted from him consuming vast amounts of a demon along with the inherited status from his original vocation warrior, was unrivaled, but Ryuichi had parried all of his attacks with ease. Thus, from the fact that Tendao could use fire and water magic along with the strength to use a great sword, all of those powers were real. Using both sword and magic. I see now, so his real vocation is magic swordsman. It can't be helped that Yokomichi arrived at that conclusion, seeing as Ryuichi had taken out a great sword from nowhere, which led Yokomichi to think of it as some sort of spatial magic. TCH, so you got convenient magic and item inventory, huh? Unforgivable. I am the one who should have those cheats. You fucking DQN will only serves as my revenge target. I am the only one who should have cheats in this world. That kind of thought had long since passed being a mere wish. It was already something akin to faith to Yokomichi. Oh, whatever. It might be a cheat, but I am SDLL, the one with the strongest cheat. I'll grow even stronger and beat a powerful DQN like Tendao. Isn't this kinda like a losing event? Yokomichi could make someone's powerful abilities his. For the cannibalizer kin who ate others' abilities, the appearance of someone with powerful skills was akin to delicious prey and great danger. I didn't eat any delicious abilities these days. Just wait for a while, I'll eat that 10. Fucking hell, I'm not gonna eat a man. UWAA, are you fucking kidding me? A man's meat is a huge turn-off, ya know. Yokomichi continued on with his monologue about cannibalism for a while, then recalled his original goal in coming to this place. Oops, come to think of it, I should have chased the smell of my Kyoutarukyun rather than wasting my time with that DQN. Almost at the same time as he came up from the underground lake while saying such disturbing lines with a cool face, Yokomichi went on all fours and sniffed the ground with his pig-like nose. Holy fucking cow, the smell has completely vanished thanks to that showy battle. TT as is. While still on all fours, Yokomichi followed the faint smell of Momokawa and ran toward a certain spear that was stabbed on the ground. SNIFF. HA. This is the real thing. It was a common iron spear, but it seems to have been a spear used by Katara before, and maybe the same spear that stabbed Yokomichi's flank. After sniffing the spear from top to bottom, slurp, Yokomichi truly licked the spear. Fuhei, this spear is really Momokawa's. His long and bizarre tongue wrapped around the grip that might have been used by Katara. Naturally, one can only taste the taste of iron and rust, but even the faintest remnants of Katara was enough to drive Yokomichi to the point of madness. Though it was soiled with dust and soil, Yokomichi wholeheartedly licked the shaft of the spear as the memories of the pleasure when he tasted Katara's blood at that time returned to him. While raising an incomprehensible voice, Yokomichi kept slurping the shaft of the spear till it melted due to the powerful acid that he got after he ate red and that could vomit acid. His bizarre actions continued on. Delicious. I can't get enough of the taste of Katara Kun. Yokomichi threw away the spear after it was completely melted away, and started walking slowly with a blank expression on his face, like a drugged person. I am hungry. Thus, the mad cannibalizer slowly made his way even further into the labyrinth. End of Volume 4.